I can see it now.
We're live.
Okay. So we have all members of council. I believe we do. So we can start. Welcome each and every one of you to our council meeting. Bienvenue à notre réunion de conseil. Are there any declaration of pecuniary interest? Aucune déclaration d'intérêt pécuniaire? None. On procède avec l'agenda. Is there a mover and a seconder? Councillor Chris, Conseiller Léo.
It is moved by Councillor Fisher and seconded by Councillor Mallette. Be it resolved that the agenda for the meeting of council held on January the 19th, 2021 be adopted as presented.
Any objections? None. Carried. Adopted. We proceed with delegation and petitions, délégation et pétitions. Il me fait plaisir ce soir d'accueillir Monsieur Ken Pocket de la communauté de Field. Welcome, Monsieur Pocket from the community of Field to do us a presentation regarding the previous school of the community, l'École Sainte-Marie School. So we're going to be receiving the presentation. And if there's any questions after the presentation as far as points of clarification, s'il y a des questions après avoir reçu la présentation, les membres du conseil auront l'opportunité de pouvoir adresser leurs questions. And the subject matter is going to be brought forward at the first meeting of February under general government to discuss the petition and for council to debate the issue. Donc, Monsieur Pocket, je te passe la parole.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Thank you, councillors, for listening to me, or hopefully you will listen. And as it, Melanie, you're going to run the slideshow. If you can start at the first slide.
I will, Mr. Pocket. Just let me know when you want me to change the slide, please.
I sure will. Can we start with number 1?
I gotta go back.
There we go. You can start the slideshow anytime you're ready.
Can people not see the slideshow?
Yeah? Yes, we can.
Yeah.
Is it in full screen?
Yeah.
Wow. I don't know that I can on a screen share, but I'll try.
I can see We got it. We got it now. Full screen. We got it. It's just mute. Okay. Can you hear me? Yeah.
Yeah.
On peut.
Pardon me?
We can see it. You just have to go slide by slide, and we're okay.
There we go. So first slide is St. Mary's School, Field, Ontario. The case for demolition. Next slide, please. The background and the history. The school was established and built in the 1960s. It used to educate a generation of residents in the area who became doctors, architects, and policemen. Closed in 2001, sold off by the school board, and partially rented by community organization until approximately 2004. The Club d'Or was there at one time. It fell into disuse and open to the elements since this time. The building at this point is beyond the possibility of rehabilitation. School has changed ownership since 2004. Next slide, please. This is a view of the laundry. Welcome to our dirty laundry. This is a view of the gym door. If you can see the door is cracked open. Next slide. This is a view of the public playground. This image shows how close the playground is to the school. The picture was taken from the wall of the school. Next slide. This is a picture taken inside the gym. You can see the bad shape, the roof in. There's 2 holes busted right through and everything is all over the place. Next slide. This is the exterior wing. Every window in the school is smashed and much of the contents of the school has been thrown outside. Next slide. Why should the municipality demolish the school? There's a moral responsibility. Currently, we have citizen living next to something that resembles a disaster. It lowers property values for every taxpaying resident in the area, thus also their well-being. It is a health hazard. In the summer, residents in the immediate vicinity breathe and smell the mold. It is a magnet and a danger for our youth. And a couple of years ago, when I was doing some security for the poker run at night, there's 3 cars that pulled in at the school around midnight, and a bunch of kids walked into the school, and they had flashlight. They were screaming and scaring themselves out, I guess. Next slide. Well, it is collapsing and the situation is only going to get worse. It is a barrier to economic development, visual blight on the entire community of West Nipissing for any tourist. Understanding that there is an additional cost, what are the benefits to doing the right thing? Prime lots for real estate development, elevated view overlooking the Sturgeon River. We could sell off the parcel, increase property values in the surrounding community will be increased, tax revenue over time. Any development on the site would also increase tax revenue. Removes a barrier to the economic development, which also potentially increases tax revenues to the municipality. And it would enhance the beauty of the municipality. Next slide. The danger of not doing anything. I put in the definition of a criminal negligent duty. Section 219(1). Everyone is criminally negligent in doing anything or be in omitting to do anything that is his duty to do, shows wanton or reckless disregard for the lives and or safety of other persons. 2, for the purpose of this section, duty means a duty to impose by law. What is the cost by law? What is the cost of a children or a person's life? Let's get it done. And the reason why I put that definition in there is because I know there's a danger there. Now I made the council aware of it. So at least I can't not be held criminally responsible for not doing anything, not knocking it down. This is a video of Mathieu Seguin. It shows inside the building. This was done some years ago. This is just to show how badly the inside is. Can you play, please?
How long is the video, Ken?
Oh, it's only about 2-3 minutes, I think.
Okay, no problem.
Doesn't show when they started to build it. Maybe it won't work.
I don't see the cursor moving.
Melanie, you might need to shut down the slide.
You're on mute, Melanie. I'm not sure if you're trying to share us some information, Melanie, because
Non,
you're
c'est
on
parce qu'on
mute.
on se parle à travers du mur, là.
Oh, OK. Parce
Ouais.
que je voyais Mélanie parler, mais je ne savais pas si c'était pour nous donner des renseignements ou quoi que
No,
ce
we're
soit.
just yelling at each other from across the room. So
Oh,
she's
OK.
just trying to get it up and she'll reshare her screen once the video is up. There you go.
OK.
Les brigadiers.
It's just music.
That's right. Did you?
This is the same video that was posted on Facebook. Is that correct, Ken?
Yes, it is, Madam
Okay.
Mayor. But it's in worse condition now because the years have passed since it's been done.
It shows on the screen that that video was done 6 years ago.
That's right. Thank you, Melanie.
Welcome.
Can we go to the next slide, the last one? If not, I can
Go
just
back.
read it.
Just one sec. I have to go back to share the screen because I had to take it down.
Okay, thank you. Finally, there's a petition with 540 names on it that wants the school to be taken down. They know the dangers. I sit on many committees that work to make Field a better and safer place to live. We sent a letter to council a few years ago that said the old chip stand, old Kai's building, and school were a danger in the community because of the condition they were in. We were happy to see that the old chip stand and old K's building were taken down and the land rehabilitated. It looks much better. I was on the IWE committee, Health and Safety Committee as a director. I would not send anyone in there. And the danger, well, you know what it needs to be done? It's the building needs to be knocked down and the danger will be gone. It's the same as you do when a house is almost all burnt down with the walls standing. You don't send anybody inside to check it out. You knock her down and then you take it away when it's possible. Again, for the beauty, improvement, and safety of Field, let's get it done. Thank you for your patience.
Merci, Ken. Qu'est-ce que je vais faire? I'll do a round table and ask if there's any members of council that have any questions or comments pertaining to the presentation that you have just provided to us. Conseiller Yvon, you're on mute.
I'm going to learn. Thank you, Ken, for the presentation. I remember when I was a younger boy, we visited Field School, and it was 400 children there at that one time. It's unfortunate things have changed and leave these little communities without schools. But I understand your situation, and let's hope something can be done. Best of luck, Ken. Thank you.
Thank you, Ugo.
Councillor Chris?
No, I have nothing to say at this time. I will have plenty to say in February, I'm sure. Thank you.
Okay.
Well, thank you, Ken, for the presentation.
No problem.
Conseiller Rowley?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Ken. This is really heart-wrenching to see a school in this disrepair, and it's a magnet for the kids. There is a safety issue, and we are aware of it now. We knew it before, but looking at the video, which just explains everything in a better detail. So something needs to be done. It's not something that should be done, something needs to be done. So thank you again for bringing it forward.
You're quite
Conseiller,
welcome.
Conseiller Leo?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Ken, for your presentation. Yes, I totally agree with you. Something has to be done about that piece of property, and we'll be looking at it in the next meeting in February. Thank you.
You're welcome, Leo.
Councillor Dan?
Thank you, Ken. I just want to highlight, this is not a field issue. This is a West Nipissing issue. And that, I think one thing that we have to do is pull together as a community. And that building should have came down a long time ago. But unfortunately, at the time, the board chose to sell it. And that was, I think it was wrong at the time. However, we can't talk about the past. The future, thanks a lot, Ken. You made your point very clear.
Welcome,
Conseiller Denis?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Kenneth, for your presentation. I guess we'll discuss it at budget time. The only issue right now is I didn't see no trespassing signs. Is there signage there at least?
No, there's not.
The minimum that should be done, I guess. But okay, thank you for your presentation.
Well, a cheap solution would be bring a hoe there and knock her down, then the danger is gone. I'm an operator. I'd even do it for nothing.
Councillor Lees?
Well, I guess like everybody said, thank you very much, Ken. Very good presentation. We'll discuss that next meeting and obviously at budget time also. So there will be plenty of time to ask questions then about the way we can go about doing something. But thank you for the presentation.
Bon, on a final note, je vais te remercier, Ken, mais avant que tu quittes, you made reference to the old chip stand and the old Case Populaire. Was that the two buildings right at the intersection of Highway 64 and Le Chemin La Roque?
Yes, it was, right beside the store.
Okay, and there was one of those buildings that c'était des débris d'un feu and the landowners were gone. I just want to be able to ask Alyssa, since those two buildings were not owned by the municipality, what was the actual term? Did we have to roll over those two properties to the municipality's ownership, be able to proceed and demolish it?
We did with the two properties in field that were knocked down, went through the tax sale process. Tax sales were unsuccessful. The municipality vested them, and they would then knock them down after that point. So it was
okay.
Yeah.
So those two properties are now under the ownership of the municipality. Is that correct?
Yep.
Okay, perfect. Donc, those were the only points of clarification that I had pertaining to the presentation. Again, thank you so much for being with us this evening. The presentation was well done, very informative, and these discussions will continue at our first meeting in February. Conseiller Lise?
I'm sorry, I do have a question. I had put it down and I forgot to ask it. Am I too late?
Well, proceed while Monsieur Paquette is with us.
Okay, you mentioned that it was changed in 2004. It belonged to who now?
I'm not sure. Somebody bought it and they haven't done anything with it.
Okay, so that's since 2004.
That's right.
Okay, thank you.
I know Michel Pichet was involved in there for a while, but I don't know if he's still involved or not.
Okay.
I think he's washed his hands out of it.
So we'll probably get that information once we continue the discussion in February. Okay, perfect. Well, thank you, and stay safe and stay healthy. And I'm sure that you're going to follow the deliberations of council.
I sure will. Now that I found a new website, looks pretty good. Good job. And again, everybody, thanks for your patience. Have yourself a good meeting.
Thank you.
Okay, merci.
Bye.
Okay, on procède avec committee. We proceed with committee, and the first committee on the agenda is community services. And the first item is we have the updated accessibility plan. And here again, we have a guest amongst us, Sylvie Belanger, who will provide us an update of the actual plan. Donc, bienvenue, Sylvie.
Merci, Madame la Mairesse. Hi, everyone. I'm Sylvie Belanger. Many of you know me from Community Living, but I am also the chair of the Municipal Accessibility Advisory Committee, and I'm here representing the committee tonight. So, as you know, under the Ontarians for Disabilities Act, the municipality is mandated to have an accessibility plan to identify and address the barriers within the municipal buildings. You've all received a copy of the new accessibility plan. I don't plan on going through it tonight. I'll save you that for sure, but I do want to highlight certain sections of the plan. So if you'll turn to page 5 of the plan, it has the mandate of the Accessibility Committee, and the committee is comprised of volunteers from the community with 1 municipal council representative and 1 municipal staff representative. And committee members have knowledge and or personal experience related to disabilities or accessibility. So as such, they're able to provide a unique and important perspective on various accessibility issues. The purpose of the Accessibility Committee is to review and advise the municipality on the development of policies, renovations, purchases, etc., in an effort to remove barriers in all municipal facilities in accordance with the Ontarians for Disabilities Act. We have a new reporting mechanism this year. You'll notice at the bottom of the page, it talks about the Municipal Accessibility Operations Group. The operations group is comprised of staff members, senior management staff members, and the operations group, with the advice and guidance of the Accessibility Committee, will strategically identify, remove, and prevent as many barriers as possible. The group will identify priorities for the continual improvement of access to all municipal-owned buildings, properties, and services for all people with disabilities. The accessibility plan also describes the process and the measures that the municipality will take in the next 5 years to identify and remove and even prevent barriers in all your facilities and services. So on page 9, I'm not going to go through it, but you'll see the methodology that we use to identify barriers in the facilities. And you'll also see a list of what we've accomplished so far. So I believe in 2019, the council approved a building assessment project. And on behalf of the committee, we really want to thank you for approving that, because it was really, really helpful in identifying all the barriers, and it's going to be really beneficial to help meet the standards under the Act moving forward. That report, or highlights of that report, is at the end of the plan. It's Appendix A, and it's just the building assessment report and the OEDA maintenance project. So it lists all the various things that need to be addressed, the barriers that need to be addressed in all the municipal facilities. Like I said before, the committee will work with the operations group and the council to set the priorities on what needs to be done based on the building assessment report. So we're coming to council today to present the new updated report, and thank you, Lynn, for preparing it. She's been a really invaluable member of the committee. So I guess all that's left to do is for the council to approve the plan. And so I'm here tonight to answer any questions you may have. And if I can't, Lynn is here as well.
Okay, thank you, Sylvie. I'll do a roundtable. Conseiller Yvon, you're on mute.
I'm sorry. Thank you, Sylvie, for the presentation. It's great. I was part of the group at one time, and I understand the importance of providing, and I'll certainly be supportive on these issues. we certainly want to see accessibility for all. So again, thank you for your presentation.
Councillor Chris?
I don't have much. It's very good. So I guess the one question I would have is, I see the time frame is 2020 to 2025. Has government made any hard and fast dates about particular things having to get done by X date, or is it just that we're working on it? Is that good enough?
I think working on it is good enough. We're aiming for 2025. I believe that some of the major barriers have to be addressed. You'll see some of the things on the list are minor things, and others are more costly or will depend on budget, which is why you will have to do this in consultation with the senior management team, just to set the priorities and budget for doing it. But you are mandated, yes, to address the barriers.
Thank you.
Councillor Rowley?
Thank you. I would like to thank you, Sylvie, and thank you, Lynn, and the committee itself and Johnny Belanger for the hard work and the important project that needs to take priority in West Nipissing. So this will be brought forward at budget, and I do feel that we do need to put energy into this. So thank you again.
I think it's worth noting that, initially when we started back in 2004, 2005, there were, we identified 88 barriers in the community, and through the years, many of them were fixed or addressed. And so because of the report now, we really went from 88 to 32. In 2018, or the last report, just before the barriers, the project, there were 32 that were remaining, and then we added 15 new based on the building project. So right now there are 47. So the municipality has addressed many barriers over the years. So that's wonderful.
Thank you, Sylvie.
Councillor Leo?
Merci, Madame la Maire. Merci, Sylvie, de la présentation. I remember I used to be on that committee for a few years. Just a question to you, Sylvie. Do you still do buildings with somebody that has accessibility issues?
Yes. So that's one of the ways that we would identify the barriers. So every year, committee members would go to we'd split all the municipal buildings. We have a checklist, and we would go around and identify barriers and then put them on our work plan every year. And that's worked very well throughout the years. I mean, we even used wheelchairs, or a lot of the committee members, some are hearing impaired, some have physical disabilities, some have visual impairments. So there's a variety of different people that are very well placed to be able to assess the barriers. And but because of your building project, that was just completed, it's really enhanced what we've been doing on a year-to-year basis. And yes, we go every year. We still do that. Not sure we did it this year because of COVID, but yeah. But we've been doing it every year, yeah, from the beginning.
Okay, thank you so much, Sylvie. Have a good evening.
Conseiller Dan?
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation, Sylvie. It's very good. At one time, we had 88 that had barriers. Now we're down to 47 at barriers. Now, my question is on the private sector. Has your committee had any, I know you have no mandate over the private sector, but have you had any impact, do you think, on the private sector?
I think we have. One of the things that we've done is at the invitation of the private sector, we have had an opportunity to do the barrier visits to different businesses and at their invitation, obviously. and we've been able to make recommendations. And we also have community members that they know who the committee members are, so they'll come to one of us and ask about a certain business in town that doesn't have wheelchair accessibility or automatic doors, or although we can't do anything, we strongly encourage them to address it with the business owner. And if it's a business owner that's open, one of us might talk to them about accessibility. We've tried to educate people about accessibility and the Ontarians for Disabilities Act. It's part of our mandate. But we've been very involved also in the handicap parking enforcement. Last year, we sent out a letter to all the businesses. Last year or the year before, Lynn, I've sort of lost a year with COVID. I think it was the year before. We did a big blitz, and we sent out letters to all the businesses and organizations in the community that did not have their handicap parking spaces enforced by bylaw, the bylaw enforcement officer. And we were able to, and I'm not sure the numbers, Lynn, but it increased significantly the number of businesses that are now under the bylaw and can now be, people can now be fined on the premises of these private businesses if they're parked in the handicap parking. So we did a big blitz a couple of years ago, and so that was very successful.
Thanks a lot, Sylvie, for the explanation, because it's great work that you're doing, and you're showing that we're a community that is open to everybody, and that's what we have to be. Thank you.
Conseiller Denis?
Merci, Madame la Maire. Merci, Sylvie, pour ta présentation. Je suis pas mal, I'm pretty impressed with the accomplishments you've done so far, and you're doing excellent work, and I hope you continue the good work. I know it's ongoing, and just keep going at it. You're doing a good job. Thank you.
Thank you.
Conseillère Lise?
Ben, moi aussi, la même chose. Je crois que c'est pas mal. Je m'en souviens, ça fait longtemps que c'est commencé, puis c'est pas croyable le travail qui a été fait. Puis, je suis certaine que ça va être regardé de proche, puis c'est une priorité. Puis, c'est non seulement notre mandat, mais on se doit de s'assurer que tout le monde a accès ou que sont capables d'être allés où ce qu'ils veulent aller. Alors, gros merci Sylvie, gros merci Lynn, d'excellent travail, puis continuez parce qu'on a on a définitivement besoin de se tenir au courant puis en temps avec ce qu'on a à faire. Alors, merci beaucoup.
OK. Donc, basé sur la présentation, un grand merci à Sylvie, Lynn, Johnny, tous ceux et celles qui sont impliqués dans le développement du plan. Thank you so much for your dedication. It's obvious that there's been a lot of progress that have been done ever since the advisory committee has been put in place. And just by the accessibility barrier update 2021, when we say items have been removed, those are items that have been completed. Is that correct?
Yes.
So that means that throughout the years, we've got 64 items that were completed. There's 15 new added, and we can see the entire list of items that we still need to complete. I don't think it's done overnight, depending on the priorities, but by having senior management involved, then this way they can assess the priorities and what would be the cost. Is that what is realistic for the next step?
Yes.
Okay. Well, again, thank you. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your dedication. Thank you for being with us this evening. And remain well, stay safe and healthy.
Merci beaucoup.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
The next item is a COVID update. So do I pass this on to our CEO or to our Director of Community Services, Jay?
Good evening, everyone. Community services would be better than me.
Okay.
So I'll start, and if if Jay wants to jump in, if I forget anything, by all means. As we all know, there's been a series of announcements over the last couple of weeks. The province is in full lockdown. There's a stay-at-home order. Recently, the health unit has also implemented guidelines and restrictions within our health unit district. So to update council, our arenas, our outdoor rinks, our fitness center, our pool, sliding hills, and museums remain closed. We did reach out to the health unit today to clarify the situation with walking trails, because their press release yesterday did state that all snowmobile trails and trails on Crown land were to be prohibited to access. So we did verify with the health unit, walking trails can remain open, which means that our trails at the museum are still available to the public for those that want to take a walk or do a bit of snowshoeing. So we were able to confirm that. Our staffs continue to work in support of the assessment center at the Marcel Noël Hall. We're also busy getting a lot of our inside work done. We're also doing snow removal as required and whatnot. One key part of our operations are arenas, as council's aware. I've reached out to our ICE contract, our local user groups late last week. I've received about 80% response from our user group so far. And they've all indicated, those that have responded have indicated that if the lockdown is lifted, the stay at home order is lifted, and arenas are able to resume operation in mid-February, that their intent is to resume their leagues or their operations. That being said, there's a caveat there, and basically they're stating that pending any further restrictions or any further guidelines that the province or the health unit would impose, such as no use of any dressing room area, that 100% everyone has to show up at the rink all dressed for hockey and whatnot, then it would mean that potentially, if that would be the case, if there'd be stricter guidelines, that maybe some of the user groups would opt to not continue their season. So as it stands now, I'm planting that seed with council. I'm gonna reach out to the other user groups that have yet to get back to me to confirm their willingness to continue. But we do have 2 arenas sitting idle right now. We are reading in local news in our neighboring communities that some have opted to shut their arenas down. So I think at a future meeting, it'd be important for council to look at our situation and make decisions based on if we want to keep both arenas open and look at various options, so that if the lockdown is lifted in mid-February, there still would be 5 weeks of arena season left for leagues, both adults and youth, to enjoy the remainder of the arena season. So I again, this is just our initial discussion around this, but at a future meeting, we can dive into the subject matter more and have council provide direction to staff as to what they'd like to do with the operation of our arenas.
Okay, so I'll do a roundtable if there's any questions or comments. Conseiller Yvon?
Well, thank you, Steph. It's it's not pleasant. I'll tell you that. Today we don't know where we're going. It's just a matter of waiting and time. And the factor is that we have to wait for the proper coronavirus vaccine, and it's just questionable. But the cost of running an arena on a monthly basis is approximately what, Steph?
Well, I can tell you for hydro alone, it's around $2,500 per arena per week, just for hydro alone. Now, that is probably a bit less because our lights aren't on as much as they would be if the arenas would be in use. We're not running hot water. We're not using hot water on demand and whatnot. So there would be a slight reduction to that. I would venture to guess around $2,000 a week on hydro. We haven't laid off any full-time staff because we feel we've got enough work to keep everyone busy at this time. So there's technically no cost savings on staff, except for some part-time staff are not getting the same amount of hours as they normally would if all facilities would be open. So on top of the cost of continuing to leave the ice plant running, we're also obviously losing additional revenue because the facility is not open.
So while we're on the subject of the emergency status, it's unfortunate that the people in this community are also facing the closure of skidoo trails, and a lot of them are not very pleased about the situation. But obviously, there's the rationale and there's a reason behind this. But it seems that we're being put into a block of no return. So I just hope things will brighten up soon. Thank you, Steph.
Councillor Chris?
Thank you. So I'm going to ask a very un-Canadian question. I don't know the answer. So I assume the ice plant is going to be the majority of the electricity for the arena. When it's not in use, can you like turn it down and let the ice go soft, or can you even turn it off, let it go back to water and start it again, or what? I don't know about those things. I'm just asking.
No, unfortunately, we can't. We have to maintain, because then restarting the entire process, because if we let it go to water, basically we'd have to clean all of that up. There's paint involved. There's whitewashing the ice after we build a couple inches. So I would recommend no. If we're going to shut the ice plants down, it would have to be for the duration of the season and reopen in the fall. So I think the safest thing right now to do is to maintain. And council could decide to take a wait and see approach, that if the lockdown is lifted, like I said, there would still be 5 weeks. And our local groups have indicated that their intent is to resume their operations, so of their leagues and minor hockey and figure skating and whatnot. So.
Thank you.
Conseiller Broley?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, I just got a comment to tell the general public just to be patient. Like I see a lot of comments, negative comments on the media that people are in the house and whatnot, but I think it's with patience that we'll survive this. So let's take it one day at a time. Thank you.
Conseiller Leo?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Yeah, thank you, Steph. Yes, we have to stay safe, and we have to do the best we can at the moment, and we'll have to wait and see. Thank you.
Conseiller Dan?
Thank you. Thank you for the report, Steph. It was good, as usual. The rinks, what have we done at the rinks? I'm sorry I didn't go today, but how do we tell people not to use them?
At the outdoor rinks, Councillor?
Yeah.
So we've posted signage. We're also all the lights aren't turned on in the evening. We've posted signage that the rinks are officially closed. The shacks are locked, and we're no longer maintaining the ice. We felt, because we did discuss that, and we felt if we attendance to continue maintaining the ice, if there's a nice sheet of ice that is sitting there, that there's a likelihood that people might venture out there. So for the time being, we've stopped maintaining the ice. We've provided notice to our rink attendants in all of our communities that if the health unit changes their guidelines or their direction to us and allow rinks to reopen, again, if council wishes to proceed with the outdoor rinks and we still have enough season left, then we can certainly build up the ice and return the rinks to a usable state.
Okay, thank you. Supplemental to that, Steph, you made reference to the fact that trails that were on Crown land, was that in the state of emergency, saying that you could not be on them?
It was a part of the health unit, the news release they issued yesterday. They referenced all OFSC maintained trails in the health unit district are closed. Yes. And trails that are located on Crown land. So if I understand the directive correctly, walking trails are to remain open, even if they're on Crown land or on private property, or in our case, on our property. My understanding, though, is any snowmobile trail located on Crown land, even though they're not part of the OFSC trail system, cannot be used.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
Wow.
Conseiller Denis?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thanks, Steph, for the report. It is what it is, I guess, and I agree with you to wait and see approach is the best for now. So thanks for your report.
Conseiller Lise?
Merci Stéphane pour le rapport, c'est très apprécié. Il y a deux choses pour l'hydro, à part de ça, ce qui va aider, c'est qu'il n'y a plus de high peak, medium, c'est low peak jusqu'à la fin du mois de février. Je pense janvier, puis ça va être rallongé. Mais moi, je croyais que j'avais entendu que le shutdown, the lockdown would be till the end of February now. He had extended it last week. So I'm not too sure about it was the 21st, but I think they extended till the end. But that's
No.
not a big deal. That's not a big deal. I was just making a comment.
Just a point of clarification, Conseiller Lise, the lockdown was for 28 days when it was called, so it would be ending February 10th at midnight, which would be February 11th.
I know that's what they said initially. I'm just saying, Madam Mayor, that I heard somewhere that he had extended it for another till the end of February. But it's okay. It's okay.
Yeah, I believe what was extended, Councillor, is the emergency order. I think it was
emergency order. Okay.
Yeah, it was due to expire on January 20th, and it was extended by 30 days. Yeah.
Okay, there you go. So thank you. I knew something was extended.
Mhm.
Okay. So the hydro, and then yes, I agree that they devraient attendre de voir ce qui se passe. Il reste 5 bonnes semaines de patinage, que ce soit à l'extérieur ou à l'intérieur. Je crois que c'est vraiment, on va avoir besoin de sortir de ça quand on va être capable de le faire. Another thing that I want to mention, because I was reading Bay today, and I mean, there's a couple from Sturgeon Falls that did an excellent interview. The family, the four, 2 children and 2 adults, they tested positive for COVID. And he explained how foolish they were because they minimized the sign. And by the time they realized they were really, really sick and somebody called that they had been in contact, I find that this couple and the children, which I won't mention any name, it's there, but I'm not going to be the one that's, but I mean, it took a lot of courage to do that. And the reason beyond it, like they were saying, is to make sure that we're not immune to that. It is in West Nipissing. And I mean, we have to keep on doing what we're doing, and we're playing with life if we're not doing it. So, and we're all responsible for our actions. So I think I'm very proud to see that in West Nipissing, I do walk when we keep our distance. Grocery store, I'm yet to see somebody that was not wearing a mask. So people are taking it seriously. And it's good that now they know and they knew before because the press release was done last week. And I need it's just ring bell when it's on. So hopefully they will secure the hospital and the long-term care with a booster pretty soon to help vaccine. I mean, to help our older population. But we have to be patient, and I mean, they're doing and do what we have to do to try to combat that freaking virus. That's so thank you, Stéphane, again.
I appreciate the update as well, Stéphane. Just very quickly, so by the estimation of $2,000 per week per arena, just to keep it 1 month open, to keep both arenas open for 1 month, it would be maybe in the range of $16,000 if we go according to that. And then after that, there's 5 more weeks remaining. Do we have an anticipated revenue base? Because we're looking at 16,000 that we're just keeping the arena idle, not used. And then for the next 5 weeks after, assuming that the order is ended and that we can resume with the usage of the arenas, That's another 16,000. So we're looking at 32,000. So what would be the estimated revenue to be able to offset that cost? Do we have an idea based on the user group so far?
I don't off the top of my head, Madam Mayor, but that's something we can easily come back to you with. And as soon as I hear from 100% of our user groups, some have also indicated that they would reduce somewhat the amount of ice time because they're anticipating maybe losing some members, so shortening their season. But once I hear from everyone, I can give you a very accurate number of the revenue that we are going to anticipate for the remaining 5 weeks if the lockdown is lifted.
Okay.
Yep.
And is it realistic that we wait another month, or do we wait till what date before council makes a decision on maintaining both arenas open?
What I might suggest is if we continue monitoring numbers in Ontario and we see that, you know, the numbers are reducing on a daily or weekly basis, maybe at the next council meeting, if it's council's wish, is we can bring the subject matter back with more detail. And hopefully over the next 2 weeks, we'll know how Ontario is trending at this point, and we could maybe put our best guess as far as you know, the probability of the lockdown being lifted in mid-February or not. And then council can make those decisions and provide us direction on how they want to proceed with our arenas.
Okay, and we would probably have a better idea also of the usage if we need to maintain two arenas or just one arena.
Yes.
Because I hate the fact that, you know, we're spending $16,000 for nothing right now. Unfortunately, and when you hear the news and read up on neighboring municipalities, many are decommissioning or have already decommissioned the ice in their arenas. Probably much easier just to reinstate the outdoor skating rinks than, which would be more cost economical for the taxpayers. On the issue of the order, I know that the order was to mitigate the movement or to prohibit people from gathering. So as far as enforcement, I know that I attended a call with the Premier and various ministers, and what they made reference was that if there are gatherings, which is, you know, prohibited with the emergency order and stay home, then we would call the OPP, and if it was anything pertaining to logistics, pertaining to mask or businesses, then call the health unit. Do we have any enforcement, you know, like we had the previous lockdown that we experienced early in 2020, where we had our bylaw enforcement officers and maybe fired just circulating, and if they see anything which would be, you know, a violation or a potential breach or a risk, that it would be reported to the OPP. Do we have anything like that in place?
I'll leave the bylaw enforcement question to Elisa or Jay if you want to answer that.
So our bylaw officers and fire are not enforcement as in laying the charges or that, but they are out in the community, keeping an eye on the hotspots. The rinks were a concern kind of over the early stages of things, just being a presence in the community. And yes, if they see violations, then they are calling in violations as well. Absolutely. Okay,
perfect. That's what I was wondering. And apart from that, okay, fine. So now we move on. If there's no further questions to the subject matter, Conseillère Lise?
Well, just one question, and Jay or Alicia, like, do you expect that the government will provide some money for municipality for loss of revenue, like they did the first time? Like, I mean, I'm pretty sure they will look into it, but I don't know. Did you hear anything?
So, so that first chunk of money that came out was actually kind of allowed at the time. They gave the money to offset some of 2021 as well. They sort of had that in their eyes. There's not word. We received another 80,000 just at the end of the year. That was part of the sort of the phase 2 of safe restart funds. but there's no word yet. I think a lot of that will depend on how long it goes, right?
Okay, so altogether, Alicia, how much money did we get for relief for loss of revenue? Like, I thought, is it 1 million plus the 80,000 or 1,080,000? What is it?
We were under 1 million on the first bit, and then then just this extra 80,000 that we've received on the safety side.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
OK, on procède avec le prochain comité, the next committee, Sewer and Water, les égouts et l'eau. And I'll pass it on to the chair, Conseiller Dan.
Thank you. Everybody's had a chance to have a look at the report that was submitted to us as a pre-reading. And I think that this has got to be a good news story. I think that Peter and Alan have worked very hard on this. So Peter and Alan are here for us tonight to, to put it to a perspective and explain to us what this really means. So Alan, I guess, or Peter?
Yeah, I'll start, I guess. Yeah, it's basically, I wrote a quick memo, I guess, just trying to, the alternative solutions for the improvement of municipal water system in Verner. Basically, whenever you're doing a major project like this, you have to follow the provincial regulations on how to process, what the process is. And the first step to doing anything is you have to undertake a municipal class environmental assessment. And we've done that. We hired a company called ACOM out of Sudbury to lead it. And it's a copy of the memo that you have that we got actually last Thursday. So basically, on January 13th, we received the latest technical memorandum, which documents the alternative solutions and their evaluations. The alternatives we looked at were to do nothing. In other words, just leave the plant run the way it is, and to limit growth so that you wouldn't need anything else. The next issue is to bring a water main from the Sturgeon Falls water system to Verner, to the water plant there. Next one was to upgrade the existing Verner water plant using the Bev River as a source as they do now. Then we also looked at a new water plant for Verner. We looked at the only other real water source that's available would be Cache Lake that's close enough. And then the last thing we looked at was a new groundwater supply. So when we evaluated and looked at all the alternatives, it's quite lengthy. And I guess the one that I can go quickly over the issue, I guess. The do nothing one is or the limit growth one. That's something we don't want to do. I mean, we have enough problems there. We have to do something. I think that's basically the idea there. The next alternative is to look. We've talked about it. I know I talked about it a long time ago too. Is bringing a water pipe from the Sturgeon water plant to Verner. We've got it to as far as Cache Bay now and to along the railway track there. And then if we extend it from there to Verner, we did a hydrological study last year and it's feasible. And so that's that one. Then the next one is to upgrade the existing Verner water plant. I mean, it's quite a bit. I mean, I think bringing the water system, the water pipe to Verner is probably around $10 million, I think is in the study. To do an upgrade the water plant is probably a lot less than that in Verner, but you still have the problem with the Bev River source. So, and you do have restrictions in the summertime. There's a number of problems with the current plant, and you really can't solve all the problems unless you actually look at a different source. That's why we looked at maybe looking at putting a small plant up on Cache Lake and piping it down to the town of Verner. But that's a very expensive project. That's over $15 million at least. So, and then the other one was to look at a new groundwater supply wells. That's been looked at a number of times. I think the last time it was looked at in the 70s. And that's why they put the plant on the Bev River in the first place, was because there wasn't enough groundwater to supply the town. They looked at it at a number of places. Like they looked at it in Warren, and Warren does have a groundwater supply, there was not sufficient groundwater found in the Verner area. So we've sort of looked at that quickly. The consultant looked at the groundwater systems, the well logs and that sort of thing around the area, and they still think that there's not enough water to have a groundwater supply. So based on the overall evaluation, the preferred option is to bring a water pipe from Sturgeon, well, actually from Cache Bay to Verner, and bring it to the water plant so that you can use, you can rechlorinate it and using the existing high lift pumps and put it back into the system. That seems to be the cheapest and best way to do it. And once we get to that point, there was different routes you could get the pipe to it. One is to go along Highway 17. Another one is to go down LeClaire Road and up 64, or you follow the existing alignment, which is along the CPR track all the way from where it ends in Cache Bay to the Verner water plant. That way you don't have to cross the Bev River and you don't have to cross the tracks. We were wondering if we could get approval from CPR, and I think that's where we spent a lot of our work in the last 6 months or something, is we finally got approval from them that they would allow us to do it. We still have to do a permit. We still have to show them drawings, and there probably will be a yearly charge for it. But it cuts out about 3 or 4 kilometers of pipe, and it also makes it very easy to do rather than doing it on along roads and through rock cuts and all sorts of other things. So we found that was the easiest thing. So I guess if the next step is, well, the first step is to bring it to council. Then we have to bring the results of the technical evaluation to a compulsory public meeting. In the days of COVID now, it'll probably just be online on the website, and people can ask questions and get answers. And then once that is done, then we'll prepare a environmental study report, send it to the province, and the public will get another comment period. They can have their comments. And we'd be in position to do the design sometime this year if you wanted to go ahead with it. And I think the other thing is, if the actual pipeline is okayed by council, and it's the one that's in the report, it's actually the easiest process, because we're not building a new plant. We're not doing a lot of other things. It's just a pipe and bringing it there. So it would require a lot less engineering and a lot less red tape. In fact, it'd be quite simple. It'd just be getting a simple approval from MOE and getting it together and putting the drawings and getting it done, I guess. So that's my brief synopsis of what's going on so far.
Thank you very much. It was very good. It basically gave us a good extensive summary of where we're going. So we'll just do a round table if there's any questions. Yvonne, did you have any, Councillor Yvonne? You're on mute, Yvonne.
I did have questions, but Alan pretty well answered them. The other thing, I guess, the plant is, I don't know, how old is the plant, Verner?
I think it's 74, I think.
74. So, commencing in around 74 or maybe later, was that always a problem, that coloration of water for Verner? Was that always a continuous problem? Do you know?
Peter might be able to do it, but it wasn't a problem at the time. The problem in the summertime was there wasn't enough water. But the problem now, I think it's just the last few years. Peter, do you have an answer for that?
Yeah, it's the process. The restrictions on the chemicals we're allowed to use is what created the problems for the last couple of years. The formation of chlorides and chlorates when using chlorine dioxide. So in the past, we used the amount of chemicals necessary to clean the water, but because of these new restrictions, we're limited, and as a result, we ended up with the discoloration. So we've just successfully tried an alternative chemical, which we're satisfied that works well, and it doesn't create these byproducts. But it's again, it's a learning curve for us to how to adequately use the new chemical.
But the chemical itself that we're using, potassium permanganate, is working though, right?
It is working, yes.
Yes. Okay, so with that in mind, maybe and hopefully, I'd love to see a pipe run from Sturgeon to Verner, but I mean, it's still $10 million. Now, if the government said tomorrow, oh, don't worry about it, we'll pay for it, I say, yeah, let's do it. But it's you know, these are all things we got to think about. But if potassium permanganate is working in the process, you know, and I have to give it to you, like it's something that we just tried in the last year, and it's proven successful. But unfortunately, in the last 2-3 weeks ago, you know, with coloration, we resolved that problem. But you know, I think we do have a solution to the problem. It's just maybe we can make it work, and maybe it's not feasible. Maybe a pipeline, and you know, I won't disagree with a pipeline, but let's look at every alternative with respect to that. I know Cash Lake was one I had in mind, and other things, but no, it's you know, something's got to be done, and I'm not just going to disregard that. But let's keep that potassium permanganate in the air here, and hopefully that could be a solution to everything. But anyway, Vev River is not the best water source. But anyway, I thank you very much, Alan, and for your efforts. You guys, you've done a great. Peter Ming, you've done a great job. Thank you very much.
Councillor Chris.
Yeah, I have a few questions. I'm probably going to redirect them to different people. So first off, how many people in Verner are hooked up to the Verner water plant? How many households it does that? Peter, I guess.
The town is about 1,100 people.
So 1,100 households, or
no?
There's about 330 to 340 in this, units on that system.
Okay, thank you. So my next question would be, at what point, like about 10 million, at what point in this process would we actually have a concrete number? So like at what point do you go to RFP so that we know the exact cost? And then I think Jay's going to answer that. So let me throw in my next question as well. This would be generally, this won't come out of the general tax budget, I assume. This becomes part of the sewer and water basis. And how would you spread that infrastructure project out, and what would it do to the general sewer and water bill? Can you kind of explain that to me a bit?
Through you, Mr. Chair, you know, I'll handle the specifics. It would really depend on the type of funding assistance as a starting point, and then the amortization or the length for the amortization. You probably would look at a fairly long amortization on a project such as this, but we really don't know what the end number is. What happens with the, you know, once they get into the design, if you fund the design and get it a little bit more like shovel ready, and you have to go through the public approvals, you have to go through the MOE approvals and all of that. But I guess the question would be more for Alan and Peter, would be one strategy would be to fund it to the point where it's shovel ready. Getting the approvals, and then basically looking at funding assistance going forward before you started it. Is that acceptable, or is there like a time deadline when MOE gives you an approval for it, or CFA?
There's no time deadline. The C of A is usually good for 5 years, and then you just do amendments after. And I think this is one project. Is the first idea here is to know what you're going to be doing, getting it ready. And as far as when you do it, I don't think you'd want to pull the trigger unless you're getting some substantial funding assistance from the province, or if there's a reason that something very bad happens to the existing system that you have to do something. So, but right now, I think it's fairly under control that you can, you know, work it out in the next couple of years and try to figure out what's going on. But I don't think it's imminent right now.
Yeah, we have to continue maintaining the plant as it is. We've done repairs to it. The permanganate is one example of an alternate chemical that we're using for us to continue providing water treated at the town. So it gives us time to plan and to await funding when they become available.
Okay, so just as a follow up to that. So to get it, just remind me to get it to, like the CAO was saying, to get it to shovel ready, what are the next couple steps that we'd have to take?
Well, basically, you'd have to get the design done, and the cost to do the design, probably, I'm just guessing, probably around $400,000, because there's quite a bit of soil work and that sort of thing to figure it out, and then to get all the drawings ready and the agreements with the railway and everything. So that's just a number off the top of my head, but it's going to be in that order.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fisher. Councillor
Hello?
Councillor Rowley?
Oh, okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Councillor Dan. Again, thank you, Alan and Peter. This is, as usual, very professional presentation. And to me, I think it's kind of a no-brainer. A line from Cache Bay along the rail bed is the way to go. It's $10 million. It's the cheapest, but it would be a very reliable source. That would eliminate all problems. If we play with the river in Verner, we're still playing with water supply that in the summertime is not the best. So I think the people of Verner deserves good drinking water, and that would be the way to go. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rowley. Councillor Leo.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Yes, thanks for your presentation there, Alan. While I know we may have future problems with the lagoon system in Verner also, is it possible to get funding for both bringing the water to Verner and bringing the sewage back in the same trench?
Well, that's what we do in Cache Bay, exactly, right? So we have a pumping station. Theoretically, it can be done, but I said, and doing one trench is a possibility. But right now, we're still looking at other venues to fix the lagoon system. We may be able to do a lot less expensive one by making a third lagoon or looking at other things. But if it ever got to a point where the province said you can't have your lagoons anymore, it'd certainly be a lot cheaper to bring the pipe back rather than building a new sewage treatment plant in Verner.
Thank you. And also, I remember back in the downtown core, we got funding from the province and the feds. One third. If we could get that funding for Verner, that would be great also. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Leo. Mayor Joanne.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I did have a few questions. Thanks for the presentation. It was clearly outlined, and I really appreciated the summary. Pertaining to the compulsory public meeting, and you addressed it, it's going to have to be online and website. Is there a time frame that this needs to get done by? Or I guess what I'm getting at, is it possible that we have a calendar of activities that are required so we can work with that calendar as far as the required steps that need to be completed? That was one thing.
That's easy enough to do. Basically, we have, I think in another 2 weeks, we have another meeting with the consultants, and they're supposed to have pretty well all the slides and everything ready that we'll be able to put onto the website. So I think hopefully by the end of February sometime, we'll be able to put it up on the website. People can make their comments. We can give them a few weeks, for the initial, and then we prepare the final report. We send it to MOE, and we also put it on the website, and then I'll have a couple more weeks to comment again. And then everything should be all done hopefully by the end of March, beginning of April sometime, assuming that we don't have to go back to the drawing board for anything.
Okay. And I concur with the recommendation here, the preferred route using the CPR corridor from Cache Bay to Verner. But I think what I was looking for was for a calendar of activities outlining all the steps. So we have sort of a timetable starting today for each step. Even if it's just a forecasted timetable, at least this way it gives assurance to the users that, you know what, this is what we expect as far as what is required for step 1, public meeting, 2, the approval by the ministry, and so on and so on. I understand that this type of project is a big project as well. Are we going to be retaining a project manager to walk, to undertake this project? Like, is Alan going to be remaining with the services of water and sewer to oversee this project from now to the end? To be able to help out with our existing resources? Is that a requirement? Are we looking at that?
Through you, Mr. Chair. Right now, what we're doing is presenting the findings that ACON got back to us. And given the general sense of what council wants to do, then we will be moving forward with the next steps. There's obviously a big step there that needs to be funded, is the continuation of retaining a consulting engineering firm, a la $400,000, is something that needs to be budgeted for and discussed a little later. But certainly next month we can bring a theoretical timeline for you. With respect to Alan. Certainly Alan has remained with us as an advisory capacity, but the project management for sewer and water projects, such as usually the engineering firm that's retained, and that would be all part of this major capital project, such as it was for Comriff or anything else. So I hope.
And if I may, Mr. Chair, what about the engineering design? Is there an opportunity that we can seek funding even for the engineering design? It's quite a project of a magnitude, and would that qualify for some type of funding? Because based on the numbers I've heard, 400,000.
We'll look into it. Yeah.
You'll look
certainly
into
if
it?
we can get funding assistance, in that regard, given other priorities we have available that we may want to have funded as well. There's some items even on this agenda that, you're hoping for funding for. So it comes down to priorities and what is available by the province, and certainly we'll look at whatever options there are, bring them back to council, and council can select what their priorities are.
Thank you. Thank you.
Can I had 2 more questions, Mr. Chair. Can I proceed?
As long as they don't take too much time. We have other people.
I know, but it's still
Okay, continue.
Just refresh my memory. The study that we got done, the environmental assessment, we had approved, dedicated 100,000 for that to get done, right?
Right.
Okay. So this evening is to give direction if we want to proceed with the recommendation that was outlined in the technical memo that was provided to us. Is that what we need to decide upon this evening? Is that correct?
I don't really, this is just for more information for you and just to see if we're on the right track. I guess the actual formal, it doesn't have to be tonight. It can be the next council meeting or something else. I don't know if you'd have it on the agenda for an actual vote tonight, but.
No, we don't.
Okay. No, we
But
don't.
this is for information purposes, and it was requested to have an update as soon as the report was available. The update's available. Obviously, there's a few other steps, and then once it gets to a major decision point, conceptually, obviously, people are agreeing with the option, but I don't think there's much, much debate on that. It's pretty logical an option, and so we're giving you an update, and now we're going to proceed with more analysis, and then once you get to a major decision point, that will be brought back to council, hopefully in the near future, and definitely before budget.
Okay, so just to clarify on that comment, does it mean the design portion will come back to council if we want to undertake that that expenditure, yes or no? Is that, we're going to proceed until the design?
We're going
I'm
to
just-
proceed until there's, can I finish? We're going to proceed until there's a major decision point that needs to be made by council, i.e. a financial decision point. So the design, back to your point, Madam Mayor, is if we're getting into engineering design, that's certainly going to have to come back to council.
Okay.
It'll have to be in the whole thing. So right now we're continuing on. Peter and Alan are going to continue on with AECOM to flesh out a few other things. And then we'll get to a point where there might be, we'll have a discussion about the preferred method of procurement for an engineering firm. Then once that happens, we'll be coming back to council with that next major.
Okay, that's what I wanted to find out. And then on a short-term basis, I know that many households did experience in the past few weeks water discoloration, and to the extent that it was brown. It was great. It seemed to have rectified the issue on a short-term basis by doing the flushing. But now some households have reoccurring problems again. So I guess I'm not looking for the solution tonight, but then on a short-term basis, what can we do to alleviate the burden or assist the residents that are experiencing groundwater problem from now until there's a permanent fix? Can we provide them with water? Are we going, what are the options?
Quickly, that solution was one that was kind of a one-of. That was back flushed on the first time, but there was a water, I wasn't made aware of this until the second time. It was flushed the second time and rectified. But the first time they were fearing of losing, that they were using too much water, and so they flushed it again. So Peter, if you want to comment, I'm not sure that this will be continuing. It basically was a deposit in one part of the system, and I don't think it's, I think our procedures now will catch it, if I'm not mistaken, Peter?
Yes. As I explained to you, Jay, I'll educate council a little bit here. 100 micrograms per liter of manganese is invisible, and that's the amount that the Ministry of the Environment says is acceptable to send out. You can't see it. Historically, when we were using the old chemical, we would use adequate amount to keep the numbers fairly low in the 20s, and that would give us enough time. So what happens is, as soon as the water gets into the pipes, it slows down and settles out. And so we twice a year flush the mains so that whatever accumulates is flushed out of the system and try to minimize the amount of dirty water everybody experiences. So with the new chemical, we were still putting it out under 100, probably in the 60 range as opposed to 20, not realizing that it was accumulating a lot faster, although we can't see it leaving the plant. So when we saw the images of what the people close to the plant were getting, I realized that a lot of it was settling out right after the plant. And so we did that flush right away to try to get as much out as we could. Unfortunately, when we did the flush the first time, we depleted the town of half the water. So we had to abort, and we were hopeful that we did get rid of it enough to alleviate the problem. But unfortunately, some of the people around that area contacted me, informing me that it was still a little bit dirty. And so when our water levels were back up, we did a second flush and got it as clean as we possibly could. So now that we're aware of what's happening, we are going to be more diligent with the levels we're allowing to go into the distribution. That is, we're going to try and keep it in the 20s. And also we're going to change our flushing regime so that we do flush it out at the plant more often to try, again, preventing it from getting into these high concentrations that that the people around that area experienced.
Okay, thank you, Peter, for the information. I guess my final comment would be if we need to flush it.
For all purpose, I think we should give the other people a chance, please, because.
Okay, I'll come back to that subject matter after, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Lise?
Conseillère Lee, c'est conseiller Denis, conseiller Dan avant moi.
Oh, okay.
See, I'm not the only one making mistake. I'm so pleased.
Oh, that's good. Councillor
Yeah.
Denis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for letting me speak before Councillor Senecas. It be long. I just have one question for Alan, and I'd like to thank Alan and Peter for their work. But I have one question. I was reading the report and it says your ACOM is preferring alternative 3, I guess. That would be running the pipe to the Werner water system. That somebody just said that the building is, or the system is built in 74. So I'm just wondering if that could be a bottleneck, or has that been looked at, or is the Werner water plant going to be able to support this? Or
Yeah, well, where there will be some things needed at the water plant, but basically it's clean water, so you don't have to actually treat it. All you have to do is you might have to add a little bit of chlorine if the chlorine level is a little bit low, and using the high lift pumps. So it's it's going to become a small pumping station, and it's a big plant that you're going to use as a small pumping station. So it's going to be fine.
Oh, okay. Thank you for that. I just want to say that I support this, and that's all I got today.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Denis. Councillor Lees.
Well, I gotta say thank you again to Alan and Peter. Good job, good report, very simple to understand. Even it's very complex, but at least I could follow, and I do agree with number 3 also, that's the way to go, like to run the pipe from Cashby from the track. So it's very good. I do have a lot more questions, but my comment, I'll finish with a comment, is because I know I will have a chance to answer my question later on, have to come back to council, is that, we need to look at it. We definitely need to solve that problem once and for all. Those people are paying the same water bill that we're paying in Cashby and Sturgeon, and everybody have the right to have good water. And brown, even if it's not dangerous to your health, I would not drink it. I would not even give it to my animal to drink. So you need to look, and we need just not to sit down and wait till something fall off the sky to give us. So there should be money available for that. It's a big liability. I understand that, but and I'm sure staff will look into that. So I'm very anxious to look in next update and see what we can do to solve that issue once and for all. And you know what? We could sit down and say that we don't have represented in number 7, so we're making a decision right now, and it's got to be a good decision because we know what that councillor or with support. So we need to look after Werner as a whole this time and do something for water. Water is not a how do you say that? It's not a luxury. It's a basic need. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lees. So to summarize this, and for the fact of time, the time element right now that we're under. So this was an information item. We're not debating on whether option 3 or option 4 is the best, but it seems that everybody seems to think that option 3 is the right one. And that any major investments that have to be made to move forward on this will have to come back from council to council for a decision made from us. So that summarizes I guess what Jay basically said. And everybody's good conversation, good debate. And I hand the agenda back over to you, Madam Mayor.
I still had a question or a comment on the subject matter, if I may, Mr. Chair. And I just wanted to address the question to our CEO. In the future, if there's any flushing that's required, can we notify the residents that there's going to be anticipated flushing? Is there a mechanism that we can notify them ahead of time so they don't have to experience the problem of brown water?
Yes, there is. There was that issue that happened on an emergency basis. But typically we do notify, and so we have had that internal discussion with our staff, and we set protocols for notification.
Perfect. And if someone does really have the brown water, like we've seen photos where it looked like chocolate milk or cola or whatever, is there going to be a probability that we can assist those residents in supplying them with water? Like we've done in the past, if the need does arise?
Should the needs arise, that's always a possibility. If it continues on the long term, typically we've supplied water. Yeah, I guess you're right. Yeah, we did supply that time a couple of years ago. So typically, yes, that would happen. Again, I don't foresee this issue. I think it's a go forward. We rectified something that hadn't been noticed in the system before, probably due to the differences in the chemicals. Now flushing is going to rectify that, and the operators are aware of the system. So let's hope that we don't have to get to that point.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Jay and Alan and Peter. You gave us a good synopsis of what's going on, and hopefully we can get this under control. Thank you, and I give you back the agenda.
Okay, it's 8 o'clock. Does members of council want to take a 5 or 10-minute recess? And if that's the case, then there would need to be a mover and a seconder. Okay, I see Councillor Chris and Councillor Alice.
It's moved by Councillor Fisher and seconded by Councillor Lee Senecal. The break be held at 8:05 for 10 minutes.
Everyone in agreement? Yes? Okay. So 10-minute recess.
Melanie, your mic's on.
I'm not swearing.
I also wanted to make sure mine was working.
Rolly, did you get Leo? Did you get to see the game last night?
Yes, I did. I bought the rights for the Montreal games a couple of years.
Okay.
And then and now every year it cost me $60 for the year, and they just take it off my put it on my account. That's all.
Okay,
But
good.
I tried to get it from my mom, and no, I'm grandfathered. But anybody that wants to see the Montreal now, you have to buy the package.
Okay,
The, sports
No,
package.
that's not true. That's not true. All Montreal Canadian. Wait a minute.
Go ahead.
J'ai acheté, Lise, t'es on mute, t'es on mute. T'es mute, Lise.
OK. Toutes les parties de Montréal, on va les avoir parce que pour la pandémie, parce que moi, je sais qu'il fallait que j'achète le package, puis je ne jouais pas les packages comme c'est là, puis je jouais toutes les games de Montréal.
Donc, t'avais-tu acheté le package de Montréal avant?
J'avais le French Channel pour avoir, parce que tu as droit avec TVA, tu avais droit à 40 games de Montréal par année.
OK.
Puis tu manquais 48 games. Puis avec le French Channel au 464, c'est RDS qui est en coopération avec ça. Son
Ouais.
accès cette année, on va tout avoir accès aux games de Montréal.
Avec Eastlink, là, j'avais acheté le paquet, là, 60$ par année. Puis je
C'est
voyais
30$, oui.
Hein? Non, ça me coûte 30$.
Non, ben oui, comme je te dis, ça me coûtait 30$ pour le French Channel. Je ne sais pas quel paquet tu as, mais je n'ai pas de besoin. Je l'ai cancellé puis cette année. J'ai appelé Eastlink. Je ne suis pas obligée de payer parce qu'on va tout avoir les games de Montréal. Gars, hier soir, tu ne l'avais pas sur le 15-19 ou 15-15, mais si tu allais sur le 404, tu avais la game.
C'est là que je l'avais.
Hein?
C'est là
Oui,
que
mais
l'avais.
je sais, mais je n'ai pas payé pour, je l'avais, moi, tout.
OK,
Parce qu'on est
good,
supposé
I
avoir.
know.
OK?
C'est bon. C'est bon, merci.
But d'abord, as long as you have HD.
Yep.
Hein?
D'abord, tu as high definition.
Ah oui, j'ai high definition.
Non, mais dis, si tu n'as pas de high definition, tu ne peux pas te pogner 404.
Ah, ben là, il n'y a pas grand monde qui n'a pas le high definition. Ça va être le Eastlink, la chose de base. Il faut que tu aies. Puis, comme je te dis, c'est 30$ par année. Si c'est quelqu'un qui. Ben, on l'a comme c'est là, mais d'habituellement, c'est ça que ça me coûtait 30$ par année.
C'est bon de savoir, merci.
OK.
Oops.
So we're missing Conseiller Burley and Conseiller Yvon.
Parfait.
Okay, so we're ready to proceed with the next committee, which is Planning Planification. I'll pass it on to the chair, Conseiller Denis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess we're going to deal with two items, industrial park lands, which is, I'll pass it on to Melanie. She made all the work to get a reappraisal of some sort. So the floor is yours, Melanie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is one subject with the two parts. You'll recall back in October, we had an offer to purchase from an individual for the remaining surveyed land that we have, the remaining surveyed lot, pardon me, that we have in the industrial park. The request was to purchase it at the same rate and at the same conditions as the previous lots have been sold. The direction of council at that time was to, it's been 10 years, go back and take a look. So what I did was I obtained a new updated appraisal by an accredited appraiser, which was a copy of it was in your package, indicating that the land has appreciated significantly since it was done. I would assume due to the other development in there and the fact that there is a road in now, or at least up to the lots. So we now have an updated appraisal, and he broke it down into a price for that one individual 5-acre lot, as well as a number on the remaining raw land, which as yet is just raw land. There's no road, there's no services or anything there. So we have an offer on the table to purchase for that one lot that I'd like direction from council on as to what to advise the individual, and also whether council at some point in time wants to come back and have a discussion about what we're going to do, if anything, with the remainder of that land. So I leave it there.
Okay, thank you, Melanie, for your report. I'll go around table. We'll start with Yvonne.
Well, I just want to make sure that what we're going to do is going to be proper. And again, the issue with respect to selling a piece of property because someone wants it in respect to where we are, I don't want to sell something it's not going to be developed. I want to see something happening, and I want the fair market value. And I just want to make sure that we don't have much land, industrial land to give. I want to make sure that whatever goes there is going to help the municipality in some way. So that's all I have to say. Let's not just get rid of it because we have an offer. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Yvonne. Next is Councillor Fisher.
So I agree with Yvonne. I would be willing to sell it at its appraised value, and would like to see some kind of condition on there that there is a development that takes place. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fisher. Next, Councillor Rowley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No comment at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Leo.
Yeah, the same thing. Yeah, I agree. We're good with the other two.
You agree with what?
To set up their appraised value.
Okay, thank you. Next is Councillor Dan.
Through you, Mr. Chair, can we ask if do we know what the person wants to do with the property? Is that something we can talk about, or is that something that's not?
Melanie can tell us that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The intention is to start a business which is complementary to the new crematorium, which is going to be constructed on one of the lots.
Okay. So the property, so Mr. Chair, the property is going to be used for development. And so I see no issue with selling it at the price that you got it praised at, Melanie. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Councillor Vida. Next, Mayor Joanne.
Okay, just a few questions just to clarify. So the lot in question, 35,000, is the assumption that the lot in question is 5 acres?
That's correct.
Okay. And then it states that 35,000 appraised value be inclusive of the road construction. So it would be 35,000 minus the cost for the road construction. Is that correct? Or am I doing a wrong interpretation?
Through you, Mr. Chair, no, it would be 35,000. The appraised value of the lot assumes the road is there. We had previously sold the lots at 5,000 plus a pro rata share of the road construction. The appraisal assumes the road is there, so the cost of the road is built into that 35,000.
Okay, so that means there was a comment that there's still some work that would be required for the road. So that would be, did I hear that correct or did I hear that incorrectly?
I can't comment. I'm not aware. I know
Okay.
the road was constructed and there is a turnaround.
Okay, okay. Now, we also can attach conditions to the sale. So I guess here, if there's no development, is there a timeline? Because you know what, at the end of the day, complimentary to the crematorium that was approved just a few months ago, that property was sold quite a few years ago before any development occurred. So, and I know that we talked about a policy for discarding land that we owned, and that we were going to put a policy regarding how we treat requests and what do we want to see to be able to declare land surplus and to sell it. I'm not comfortable giving just a blanket saying there's going to be development.
Melanie, do you have a?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we can build anything. It's our land. We can build anything we want into the agreement of purchase and sale. We could put a buyback condition in there where if it wasn't developed within a stipulated time frame that we could buy it back at the same value as what was sold, or we could put in a right of first refusal where they couldn't sell it to a third party without coming back and giving us the opportunity to buy it back.
Okay.
So it kind of puts a little bit of, and we can set a time frame, 2 years, 1 year, 5 years, whatever council wants to see that's reasonable in terms of development.
Okay, well, I want to see a reasonable time frame, and I think, if someone is interested in buying prime industrial land, mostly when we have an economic advisory committee that are looking at what are we going to do with that prime land, and we don't have a vision, and we're shortchanging ourselves by selling lots gradually, and that it takes a long time before we see development. I would say not more than 12 months. If there's no activities taking place in the next 12 months, well, then it comes back and we buy it back at the same price that it was sold.
That your comments, Madam Mayor?
Yes, but that's my recommendation as well. And I'd like to see that you do a round table and find out what would be the opinion of others.
Well, let me finish the first round table.
Okay.
So next we'll go to Conseiller Lise.
Okay, well, I want to, on the same length, I think we had discussed, correct me if I'm wrong, Mel, a couple of meetings ago, that we will have a policy. So my recommendation on the same page would be that we wait to see that the policy is developed before we sell anything, because when you're looking at $35,000, which include the road, I mean, it's 5 acre. You pay almost $50,000 for a residential lot. So I think to make sure that after that we can apply it to everybody, we had discussed that the policy was coming very soon, that we had said that we will make a policy, we will make a plan. We have a development committee that's in place that's just waiting to, we think we're getting along very well and we're coming along very well, I should say. So my recommendation on the same page, we do the policy. He's not going to build anything in the next 3 months, and complément, whatever that word is, complément, là, ben, complément, ça peut être bien des affaires. Ça peut, parce que 5 acre, I mean, there's a lot of things more, because that kind of thing that they want to build, it's, I don't even know how to say it, the crématoire. I mean, doesn't take 5 acre. So I would like to see the policy. I will not vote on selling I'm not agreed to sell the lot right now. We need more information and we need the policy, and it's been discussed, the policy 2 months ago, and everybody agreed that's what we need. Well, maybe not everybody. I think everybody agreed on that one. Mel, do you remember that discussion?
I do.
The policy, and everybody was in agreement that we look at it. So I think that we need to look, and as soon as we have the policy in place, we look back at that request and we deal with that. I don't think we have to rush a decision to buy any lot, to sell any lot tonight.
Thank you, Councillor Lees. And my comments are that I don't feel comfortable selling that. There should be some clear understanding of what they're going to build and how many jobs, or I don't like this upended or open-ended agreement. So I don't think we should sell it now and maybe wait for our policy. And that's my opinion. So we'll go back to Melanie.
Mr. Chair, just this individual has been waiting since early October. With permission, can I go back to him and just communicate to him that I think there was reasonable consensus on the price, but that we need to develop the policy to ensure that we're protecting ourselves, and at the same time ask him for more information. Is that
okay? Well, let me take that comment and show of hands who agrees with that.
I agree with Mel.
We go back to and ask him for more direction or more, what do you call it?
At least let him know we're on it.
Specific information.
Yeah.
So
okay, thank you very much.
On that. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
So the second one, Melanie, is that the same thing? Or?
It's all the same thing.
It's all the same.
Oh, good. So we're done.
We're done.
I'm giving back the chair to the mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We proceed to emergency measures and public safety, mesures d'urgence et sécurité publique, and I'll pass it on to Councillor Chris.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I have 2 items, Toronto Street and a request to use municipal parking lot for deliveries to a private business. In terms of Toronto Street, our manager of public works put a memo together. And Sean, are you there? There you are. Would you like to give us a quick synopsis of your memo, please?
Sure. So as requested by council, through you, Mr. Chair, good evening, councillors, Madam Mayor. As requested by council, I did collect some data and communicate with emergency services as well as the MTO regarding the section of Toronto Street near the intersection of Dover Court. The traffic data logger indicated an average daily traffic volume of about 868 vehicles per day. The data was only unfortunately collected for about a month, from mid-December to January 12th. Average vehicle speed was averaged out at 45 kilometers an hour. The 85 percentile average was calculated at 52 kilometers an hour. When in communicating with the Ministry of Transportation of Ontario, they've indicated that all signage traffic signals need to be approved by the MTO via, I guess, council would adopt a bylaw and then request through the MTO for whatever signage that they would want. The MTO representative stated that he would be very cautious about introducing an always stop condition at the intersection of Dover Court and Highway 64 for a variety of reasons. In his experience, always stops can often have negative impacts that outweigh the positive impact that we may think would be positive. So that was one comment I received from one individual. Second individual from the MTO also cited an always stop would restrict an interrupt flow on the highway and would have to be approved by the ministry. And also referenced, which is what I usually go by, is the Ontario Traffic Manual, Book 5, inappropriate uses of all-way stops. And there's specific criterias in the Ontario Traffic Manual. I also reached out to the OPP, who looked at their records for collision data, which is normally what is looked at when considering all-way stops or traffic signals. There's no significant, there was only one motor vehicle collision in the past 2 years. He also looked at West Nipissing Police Services traffic data, and there was nothing of significance there. He looked at traffic violations. There was also no notable, nothing of concern there. So the OPP representative stated that the motor vehicle collision data is not indicative of this being a dangerous area. So given the information of, first off, the Ontario Traffic Manual, the non-conformance to the Ontario Traffic Manual, the traffic data, the collision and traffic violation data, I think it's in the municipality's best interest to remain in conformance with the Ontario Traffic Manual and consistent with the Ontario Traffic Manual. So I wouldn't recommend, given the information, I wouldn't recommend moving forward with an always stop or traffic signals. So I gave council some options, which are fairly basic. I mean, there's not a whole lot we can do. It's unfortunate that we couldn't have looked at this one, back in the day where the end of Highway 64 and could have had a potential turnaround. So the first option is obviously the status quo. We did install some warning signs with flashing ambers for the intersection ahead. And we did install the traffic data logger, which sometimes acts as a traffic calming strategy. So I would recommend leaving those in place if we go with the status quo. Second option would be to reopen Dovercourt, but that may reopen the Dovercourt issue of having through traffic. And the third option, which I don't recommend, but I mean, it's an option, is to let council adopt the bylaw and move forward with getting approval from the MTO.
Thank you. So I guess we'll do a round table, questions, comments, and opinions, and we're going to be starting with Councillor Duhaime when he turns his mic on.
Okay, Cosimo, do you know how to unmute yourself?
There we go. Got it.
There.
I was having issues with my battery. It's going low. Anyway, okay, the options are good, but the fact of the matter is I prefer option number 2, and I'm going to be quite clear on that. I think we should reopen Dovercourt until we can rectify the situation there. I think opportunities will come about in the future if we look at it properly. And I just think option, I favor option number 2 now, and we can rectify that option number 2. We can make it work. I know that for sure. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Larrabee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I think status quo. There is no data to support anything else, and to reopen Dovercourt. Well, we've been there. We've discussed it. There was a problem. We tried almost everything in there, and it didn't seem to work. Now it's working. No more through traffic. So I do support status quo. The way that things are right now is perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Millette.
Yeah, number 1. Option number 1.
Thank you. Councillor Rovita.
Yes, I have a couple of questions first before I give my opinion. The amber flashing light, Sean, that's coming from field, eh?
So there's two. There's one northbound and there's also one southbound. And again, the Ontario Traffic Manual dictates how far ahead of an intersection that the sign needs to be positioned. The only reason we add the amber flashing is to really get the attention of a driver to focus on that sign. Go ahead.
So supplemental to that, is there a way to make that light bigger, the amber thing light bigger? Because I passed there and people told me it's there. One time I saw it, the other time I didn't see it.
We have to be careful that we don't start distracting drivers, right?
Okay.
So you want to warn the driver, but being cautious as to not distract the driver.
Okay, thank you.
So I don't know that I would go with anything much bigger.
Thank you. Supplemental to that, Councillor Fisher?
Go ahead.
Thank you. The data control, whatever you call it, the traffic tracker, it's facing people coming from Sturgeon. It doesn't pick up the people coming from field, does it?
Correct. It's currently set up to pick up northbound traffic.
So that's the statistics we got.
Yes.
Oh, it flies in the face of what I was going to say, because I run that area, and I noticed that it seems that the traffic is much faster from the people coming from field than the traffic coming from Sturgeon north. I don't know if that's my perception, but I run a different.
Yeah. So Councilor Rovita, it could be perception, but it could also be reality. So my intention was to collect at least 2 months of data for northbound traffic, and then we'll switch it to southbound traffic, and then we can compare the data.
Okay, good.
But we need at least 2 months of data. Typically, you like a year's data because it's usually annual daily app. But I mean, in this case, we're looking for expedited data. So the intention was to put it up for 2 months northbound, 2 months southbound, and then we'll compare the data.
So my recommendation, Councillor Fisher, would be that the status quo, number one.
Thank you. Madam Mayor?
Thank you, Sean, for the detailed report. It's greatly appreciated. I was going to ask the question about the southbound as well, traffic data. And one thing I just wanted to add on is the period of December 17 to January 12 with COVID may skew also the data, because, we have a lot of people that do stay home and just go out for necessity. So my request, instead of making a firm decision on this evening, would be to have it deferred, that we do another month gathering of traffic data for southbound, because I'd be interested to be able to compare if it is relative to northbound, because of the issue of safety that was identified by the residents. Also, years back, we didn't have that many households. Like there's been so many new builds in the last couple of years, even on Toronto Street, and look at the population increase on Dover Court. And one thing that wasn't clear in my mind also is we do have a bylaw for all the roads that the municipality is responsible for that we maintain. And in that bylaw, we have Toronto Street, and it identifies it's from Cache Bay Road to Dover Court. So I guess if I go according to that bylaw, the municipality has the jurisdiction to decide what they want to do between Cache Bay Road and Dover Court. Would that be correct?
No, it's still considered connecting link.
Okay,
okay. And that portion of the connecting link, Madam Mayor, runs from Highway 17 all the way to Sabourin.
Okay, I just want to clarify that because of that bylaw and the schedule that was attached to the bylaw. So, you know what? And there could possibly be some other alternatives. My preference would be to move forward with a three-way stop. But if we have more data and also looking at the alternative of maybe one-way street, if that's doable. And there's also other roads in the boundary of West Nipissing, which basically have no exit signs. And some do require that our equipment back up. So I'd like those options to be explored instead of saying that we're going to firm up a decision this evening.
So by, just for clarification, by no exit, you mean that we wouldn't construct a turnaround?
Well, there's roads that we maintain right now, and I can name you one in Verner at the water plant as an example. It used to be we don't have a turnaround, our equipment have to back up and come back. So,
So we need to be able to turn around a fire truck. And
okay.
that's the Ontario provincial specification.
Okay.
Or it's supposed to be standard, so that, yeah, we can't legally construct, just terminate a road without an adequate turnaround.
Okay, well, if it's the case, I'd like to look at a three-way stop and see what MTO would say, because I probably would make the assumption that a three-way stop would probably more convincible to MTO to adopt than having streetlights.
Okay, I just was writing down, so, but for now, your status quo, to bring it back. Is that fair to say, Madam Mayor?
Well, status quo means we keep
More
it.
data, more data, bring it back.
But it's going to come back for further discussion with additional information so we can make a firm decision.
Okay, okay.
Is that what you mean, Councillor?
I just wanted to make sure I have your point of view properly. So, Councillor DeSeneca.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm for option to open up Dovercourt Road, even if it's only temporary. It's only a few cement blocks. Let's open that up until we decide. Because I think that's where we created another problem. We should have looked at the whole situation. And I think in the meantime, we should open up Dovercourt, maybe have some speed bumps. And then until we decide what we're going to do, because there is an issue right now. So that's my opinion. Thank you.
Councillor L. Seneca.
That would be me. That would be me. Well, it is sad when you look at all the data, and first of all, like just one north, I mean, it's very, very small sample, if I could say. And I mean, and there's so many factors, like when you're talking about people coming from Martin River, I mean, it's ongoing, big truck, especially coming from Martin River. And I would agree that maybe the speed is higher when they're coming that side, because I was talking to somebody living on Sabourin and they said there's a 40-kilometer sign. And he said, I'm sure when people get to that sign, sometimes they go 100 and 110. So by the time they get right in town, they might be down to 50. Very dangerous. And it's sad to see that we're going to have to wait till somebody get killed to be able to do something. The same as what happened at the light that we had light on highway. I'm going to be, because I know there's a thing going around and I want to make sure, but I'm going to say what I think. I'm going to remain with status quo because Sean said that he's going to take 2 more months that are north to coming back. And at that point of time, we'll be able to discuss it and see what we can do, one. And the second part I want to mention and stress, the people of Dovercourt did not ask to close that street. The petition was, the request was for a stop sign. And when after 2 weeks, some people thought it was not fast enough to stop people going too fast, they went back to council with requesting another stop sign somewhere else and speed bump. And at that time, the speed bump was completely reject for people was sitting around the table that in the winter time, which I understand completely. But if you would put speed bump for the summertime for a period of 6-7 months, I can guarantee you that people will slow down. So at this point of time, I got to remain status quo. And I want you to remember that it's not a Dovercourt people that wanted that street to be closed. They wanted to find a solution. It was talk at council. I don't know who brought it up to whatever, but it's not the petition. Petition was for the stop sign. And by the way, I did not start the petition and I was not responsible for the closing of the street. So at this point of time, I'm remaining status quo because if I vote anything else, this is what's going to happen anyways. And I want that matter to be discussed again. And if I say tonight that I want Dovercourt to be open, I will have to I'll be defeated and have to wait for a year. And in this summertime, better make sure I will bring that issue up because it's a danger. And it's not because I'm living on that street. It's because I'm seeing what's going on. I spoke with 2 police officers asking them how come, because they are monitoring so well Cache Bay Road. They have space, they stop almost every day. You see a cruiser. Okay, I said, why are you not on Toronto Street? And it was very clear because he said, where we would park to get the people, they would see us and they slow down. Okay, and when you get a 52 kilometer in that, because I try it myself to go 50, and I mean, it takes a lot of concentration and knowing that you want to put the brake. So even if there's only 50 people of going 50 on that intersection, both of them, if you wait that somebody get killed, that's a decision that have to be made. I'm staying status quo with the confidence that Sean's going to bring it back, and that's going to be in summer month, and then we can make a decision on that one. So thank you very much, Sean. That was a very great report, and till we meet again.
Okay, so thank you, Lise. I think so. That basically gives us direction for that Sean go and collect some more information, and this will come back for another go.
Yeah.
Okay.
In the meantime, hopefully people that listening, but it's there's be careful on that street because there's a lot you wouldn't believe it, and it's not because you don't know how dangerous it is that it's not dangerous. Thank you.
Thank you. So the next one I have is a request to use the municipal parking lot for deliveries, and I believe this is the old Odeon premises, and if I'm not mistaken, I think someone told me it's now a flooring store, carpet flooring. So the concerns of the municipality in allowing them to do this are pedestrian safety, and I guess when Statistics Canada is back, they're gonna need that parking, and this is also a place where we dump some snow apparently. So again, we will do a round table, and starting with Councillor Duhaime, who already has his mic primed and ready to go.
Okay, so I went over there and I looked at the situation. My primary concern, if we do nothing, that the vehicles will stop on King Street to deliver the goods, and I don't want to have Main Street blocked by a transport or delivery truck. It's inconvenient. It's close to the lights, so my preference would be that if we can allow the person to utilize his back door using our parking space, but again, we'd have to work with him to see exactly how this will, when do the deliveries come in? Do they come in after hours? Can we work it so that the deliveries or receiving part of it will be at a certain times, not to make problems in the parking lot. I do want to help him. I'd like to see the individual helped in some way or other, because it is a business on Main Street. We need our businesses in the downtown core. So let's work with him. I just want to work with him to see whether or not we can, there are different options that we can use to help the situation. And I think more information is needed from him to see how we can work this in and not be a burden on the municipality, as well as helping him some way or other. I just don't want to see vehicles parked on Main Street to deliver goods, and that there's going to be blockage of traffic, especially right there. There's so much traffic. So that's my point of view. I think we should work with him, see exactly how we can do it to accommodate each other. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Duhaime. Councillor Larrabee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't see, let him use our parking lot for, usually deliveries are made during the day. So once COVID is done, our staff will be using that parking lot. So to have a transport or whatever back in there while our vehicles and our people are walking to their vehicles, all deliveries are done on the main street to other businesses, so I don't see why we would endanger our staff. And also there's snow. We do push snow back in that corner, so I'm sorry, I cannot support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Leo, Councillor
Yeah.
Millet.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, with the recommendation from staff, you've looked at it, and yeah, I cannot support this either. Except I agree with Councillor Larrabee. You know, I mean, there's lots of parking and the snow storage. Would no longer use that space, so no, status quo.
Thank you. Councillor Revita.
Thank you, Councillor Fisher. I'm of the same opinion of Councillor Larrabee and Councillor Millet. If you have your car parked there and there's a transport that backs in and hits one of the cars, are we responsible? That's the first thing. Secondly, how can we make a decision on something that we don't even know what's going on, because we don't even know the number of times it's going to be there's going to be a delivery. Deliveries are always made on King Street. They're made in front of every business. The deliveries are made. As long as they're done fast, there shouldn't be an issue. So I would agree with the recommendation from our staff. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Mayor.
You know what? I'm all for economic development, anything that we can do to work with our businesses, but I don't feel that we have all the necessary information to make a constructive decision. I don't know the frequency. Is it one time a week? Is it one time bi-weekly? Is it one time per month? What would be the time of these deliveries? Also, what's the impact with our lease for our upstairs tenant? That they also use that parking lot. So I think there's a little bit more detail that is required for us to make a constructive decision. On a side note, I realize that we use the location also for snow storage. I don't feel that we should be using a public parking lot for snow storage. I would hope that we could explore other locations to store the snow. But I would ask that staff communicate with the business operator, get more detail and bring it back so we can make a constructive decision. Because if there's a way that we can work together, I'm sure this council would. But right now, we don't know more detail than what has been provided so far.
Thank you. Councillor D. Seneca.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, my opinion is sort of going with Councillor Yvonne's opinion, is that maybe we could work with the tenant and maybe look at overnight deliveries or something in that manner. When the offices are closed, there's nobody in the parking lot except for StatsCan. So maybe we could have delivery hours, after hours, some sort, if they're. But also, we don't have enough information. We need more information to make a decision. But my first thought is to maybe look at overnight deliveries. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
You know what? I think I would like to have some more information also, because they might be after 4 parking, 4:30 afternoon, and so that would weekend. Because how many business in that building is just the bingo, and is still the bingo operating? I'm not even sure if it's operating. So which business are we talking about that need that entrance? That's only that building. Yes, Mel?
Through you, Mr. Chair, it's a single business. The bingo is not operating more. The property has been sold and is being leased to a carpet sales
Oh,
business.
I didn't even know that. So, yeah. Okay, what I will look, because I mean, to stop and deliver on Main Street, it's very close to the light. I know that everybody use it, but when we look at the pharmacy example, and even across the street, they have the back door that they can go in. So there's not much traffic that's stopping from the stop sign to the light to delivery goods in on Main Street, because everybody can use the back. So all that building, that corner, they use the back, the restaurant, the pharmacy, the whatever, the only clothing, it's the clothing station sometimes that you see, but it's car that mostly park in a parking space and go and delivery. So I would wait, because I mean, if you have a big transport, because it's not just a four-wheel drive that's got to bring some carpet, the big roll of carpet in that building. So that could be very dangerous. So if we got more information, you know what, if they cannot do it after hours, something like that, we really seriously have to look at the safety issue and all that. The snow, I mean, yeah, I don't agree using this for a parking lot also, but I mean, if it's there, it's there. But I would tend to say that we need more information, and that we need to look at it before we make a decision. But we need to make sure, I don't want a big truck to back up there too when there's it's all full of cars. So it would have to be after work in my book.
Okay, so thank you. So I think in the interest of time, I can spare everyone my opinion, because we're leaning towards more information. We're leaning towards no if it's during the day, but give us some more information. We'll see if we can accommodate you. So,
Yeah.
so is that sufficient direction?
Yeah.
I will reach out to the individual.
Thank you.
Thank
And
you.
that concludes my section, and I hand the agenda back to Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Chris. We move on to Social Services and Health, Services sur Santé. I'll pass it on to the Chair, Conseiller Leo.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, we have one item, is the shark bins for, I guess it's a letter that you were contacted, Madam Mayor, about with the health unit for another bin. So I'll do a roundtable. Councillor Yvonne.
Where is that letter?
It's on the other side of the request for municipal parking lots. It's on the same page.
Okay, thank you, got it. I missed that one. I got it. Thank you, Leo. Conseiller Leo.
Thank
Councillor Yvonne.
Yeah, thank you, Leo. Now, from what I read, the bylaw officer is checking daily the bins, and it doesn't, or the one bin we have, it doesn't seem to be filling up as what we were thought. Whether or not we need another one is what I kind of ponder on. I would leave it status quo for now.
Especially Councillor Yvonne, you're right. And also it'll be another cost, because we have to pay somebody to come and empty it.
Yeah.
And I think $7,000 or $8,000 a year or something.
Yeah.
Okay,
thank you, Leo.
Thank you, Councillor Yvonne. Councillor Chris.
Yeah, I concur with Yvonne. I think it's much like it's different than the last one, but there's not enough compelling information to make me say, yes, let's get another bin and let's spend some more money. So right now I would say no until somebody tells me that bin is fully utilized and that kind of thing. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Chris. Councillor Rowley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also say no until proven otherwise. Thank you.
Councillor Dan.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Leo. Yeah, I agree with Yvonne, Chris, and Rolly.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Madam Mayor.
Well, I am of a different opinion, because we don't have actual current statistics of exactly the capacity of needles that are being discarded in the first bin. And speaking to some business operators in the vicinity of where it's being proposed for the second location that was identified by the focus group, they have noticed, and they have some have experienced problem with the disposal of needles. So if it's going to save needles from going into the wrong hand, I would agree that it's a small step that we can undertake as a municipality.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. Councillor Denise Senecat.
Well, I have to agree. Even if it's not full, doesn't mean that it's not being used or it wouldn't be used in another location. So any needle that's not on the ground and it's in the bin, it's a plus for me, and I support the bins.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Denis. Councillor Lees.
Well, you know what, and I agree completely that with another bin, because it's not, because even that one, if it's asked for, all the people that have to walk over there maybe for 5-10 minutes to put it, that's enough to discourage like somebody that don't have issues. So when you get somebody that have some issue and wants to do the right thing, but to walk 15-20 minutes to put a needle in the bin might not be his first choice. So I mean, 2 bins, if we don't pay, we know there's a price, but why instead of going every week to empty it, they only go once a month on that one? They'll see if it's full, well, they're gonna have to go more often, and it's gotta be, but before we say no, because there's a charge of empty it, just go the first couple of times, go and check it out, and then wait for a month or something like that. You don't have to go as many, because it's well located, the one we have, but I mean, it's for all West Nipissing, which I don't know if people from River Valley drop by the needle or feel or whatever, but I mean, even the concentration around town, I think it should be accessible at 2 locations for people. So that's my point, and it doesn't mean much, but that's my point.
Thank you, Councillor Lees. So with round robin, it's 5 against 3. We stay status quo. Status quo. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
5 against 3, so we got 8. So did we hire somebody to replace seat number 7? Because there's only 7 of us that can 8. So there's 4, I guess.
No, it's 5-3.
Okay.
Why?
It's
Why?
5 to 8?
No.
Yes, we're 8.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
Okay, so thank you, Mr.
Okay.
Chair. We proceed to Public Works. On procède avec travaux publics. And I'll pass it on to the chair, Conseiller Yvon.
Merci, Madame Mairesse. On a 4 items sur l'agenda. We have 4 items on the agenda, and the first item is D6A, streetlights at Como Road. And I'll ask Councillor Denis, seeing that you submitted the request, to speak a little bit on the matter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be brief. Time is short. I'm glad that Sean's here. Residents are requesting a light at the turnaround on the far end of Como Street. There used to be 2 individuals that had lights close to the turnaround, but their lights are not working anymore. And I discussed that with them, and they're not going to replace them. So the residents, it's really dark. First of all, it's a safety issue, but I could go through that chart if you want there with you, Sean, later on. But I brought it up to make sure it's in the budget item. So that's mainly why I brought it up. But so there's 2 lights. There's a post right there at the turnaround, and it seems to be good. This one, I'm not sure. You never know. It looks like it's good. It's right beside the main post. So it wouldn't be a big issue, I don't think, to install a light there. And there's 5 driveways connected. And what happens is you go up the hill and you're not seeing anything, right? And if you ever been that way, you go up the hill, you don't see it, then you go flat on the rock. That turnaround is there, and then it goes down, and there's driveways all around. So it must be pretty hard for the snowplow to see what's going on too. So basically, I'll bring it back to budget, and I don't know if there's any comments, but do you want me to fill that form there, Sean, or is that for you?
Well, I would recommend, if it's going to go to budget, obviously we should look at our policy and make sure that you have your petition signed. I think there's only 5 residences, so all 5 would need to be, in agreement as per section 5 of our policy.
I'm not going to go around for COVID and have a signature. I'm not going to do that.
So maybe they can do it electronically, just via email or something if they.
2 of the residents are out of or summer residents, so I can't. I talked to the 3 others during that. They're okay, but I can ask for their emails and send it to you.
Okay, I'm just stating policy. Well, I think it's in the best interest of the municipality to follow our policy. And So there's that section. And section 3 does talk about, the proper use of the streetlights.
Yeah.
Now, I was out there this morning. Unfortunately, it was light before I got there, but I did notice there is 2 lights, and one of the streetlights is on a Hydro One pole. So I don't know is that light even working. So
No, it's not. It's a private light, and I think that camp has changed hands so many times. I know he's the owner. I don't know where he is, and it's not working. Hasn't been working for a while.
So as we go up the hill, Councillor Senecal, there's a light on the right-hand side, and it's on a Hydro One pole, and it does have a Hydro One sticker on it. So I would assume that that's a Hydro One street light.
Well, that's not what they told me. I never noticed, but maybe.
Fortunately, Public Works crews are doing the annual streetlight patrol tomorrow. And I did reiterate to the area foreman to pay specific attention to that area. And if it might be a matter of just getting that light repaired, because I can't. So let's start with that.
Okay.
And and you feel free to bring it back up at budget time for sure.
Sounds good to me, Sean.
Okay.
Thank you, Councillor Senecal. So we'll let Sean look at the situation and bring it back up to another meeting, or you're going to defer to budget anyway, so we'll discuss it. Thank you, Vinny. Very, very appreciative. We're looking at item number D6B, Wolseley Bay Bridge. And it was brought up by you again, and I think you're asking for some information with respect to where we're at with that.
Yeah, sort of an update again. We keep updating the info, but there's no clear plan of what we're going to do with that. I know it's a big budget item, but I know they didn't ask to be amalgamated, and we didn't ask for that bridge to be passed on to us. But eventually, we're going to have to do something for that with that bridge. I mean, it's not going to go away, and I think there's about four years maybe left on the life. So I'm just wondering if we can have some sort of plan, ask staff to bring a plan to budget, and we can look at it and see what we can do, but it's not going to go away. So we keep, I guess there's no update unless Jay's in there. I don't know.
Hi. There is, you're right, Councillor Dennis, there is no update. The issue is one of priorities. Council historically or in the past had set aside an amount that had a certain design to it, but certainly wasn't enough. And so basically council has, we have $400,000 set aside in reserve. The cost of that bridge could range anywhere from around 650 to $1 million, whatever. But the issue is one of priorities at this point, and whether council wishes to make that the funding request. We did tell the residents back in the day that we'd be willing to fund up to 400, and if they wanted the bridge repaired, that we can do it on a local improvement or something like that. So it really is unfortunate. It's a standstill, and bridges are really costly to repair. There's a variety of bridges all over that have fallen apart, and that we've had a hard time funding them. Obviously there's even, Highway Old 17 Bridge was never repaired back in the day. So it is a council discussion and a council priorities discussion. I suppose, Councillor Senecal, that we can include it in our capital requests and see where council wants to go with it.
Thank you, Jay.
Follow up, Mr. Chair?
Yep. Go ahead, Dennis.
Did we ever decide, Jay, if that's going to be we're going to move the bridge or not? At least go from there. I mean,
no, I think we decided, Senecal, that we weren't going to move the bridge. That we did find an engineering solution that satisfied people. Sean has been working with the engineering firm. Sean could potentially speak to it a little bit more, but my understanding is the bridge would remain where it is now, and we figured that out at least. Okay,
so through you, Mr. Chair, my my thought is, can we somehow get it shovel ready, like have the engineering done, or if there's an intake from the province or the federals for infrastructure or something, could we not be ready to?
I think we're pretty close. We're close to ready. Sean, could you speak to that?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, the design for the abutments was completed, and I'm assuming we had designed it to be moved, but I'm assuming the design for the abutments wouldn't change. So basically, the design for the abutments is complete. But now, if we're looking at an entire bridge deck, then that we could definitely move on. But if I would need direction to move forward. So it would be a council decision to give me that direction, I guess.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll bring it up to budget, I guess, and discuss it then.
Okay,
Thank you,
thank
Mr.
you,
Chair.
thank you, Denis. Sean, back to you with respect to you're speaking. If we need a deck, just a deck, or
No.
what, or what is it? Your lab? What exactly are you saying here, Sean? Let me out.
Okay, so back in I guess 2016, when the condition assessment was completed, they identified that the abutments were beyond their life expectancy, therefore posted the bridge at 5 tons. Now they, during communication with the engineering firm, they had indicated that the bridge deck had about a 10 to 12 year life left in it. So
okay.
At the time, that's when we tried to be less disruptive for the local. So we were going to construct some abutments, grab the existing deck, sit it on the abutments. There would have been minimal downtime for crossing the bridge deck. But we've since met with the residences of the area, and they voiced their concern that they didn't want the bridge deck moved because it kind of interfered with a local boat launch. So they didn't want the alignment of the bridge moved. So that being, and now we're 5 years later. So you're looking at 5 years of life in your deck. So if you're going to go spend, a $500,000 for abutments, and that you have probably another 400 to $500,000 for a deck in 2 years, well, I would suggest, if you're gonna pay to fix this bridge, we should fix it properly. Let's not do a kind of a half job.
Okay, thank you, Sean. All right, so we'll go with Denis' suggestions. We'll bring it up to budget as he is requested.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Madam Mayor.
Just a comment, if I may, on the subject matter.
Sure, yes.
Okay. We did have a delegation with the Minister of Infrastructure in August for AMO. Unfortunately, we missed out on the opportunity to apply for infrastructure funding. And the minister was not able to confirm when the next round would take place. So I think we need to keep tab of when these funding opportunities become available, because I don't think that West Nipissing has submitted any application for any project in the year 2020. Twofold. I'd like one of the recommendation of the minister, and that was brought back to council, there was also the recommendation of a loan. And I would assume that a bridge, l'amortissation d'un pont, the lifespan is probably an expectancy of what, 30 years? I don't know what the max we're eligible for, but I'd like to see a financial report that if we went for a loan with the maximum life expectancy, l'amortissation du pont, the lifespan of a new bridge, what would it be as far as a cost prorated to the users? So far, that's the part of the information when you have people residing in that neck of the wood that are asking about the bridge. And we don't have that detail. We haven't we weren't provided with a financial analysis. If that would be doable, that would be greatly appreciated when it comes back to budget. Okay,
that's a good suggestion. Thank you, Madam Medes. Sean, back to you, sir. Can you, as as she has described. Can you look into that and come back to us with something? Is that with that possibility?
That would be something for Elisa. If you're looking at amortizing a bridge so yeah, Elisa would be in a better position to give you those answers.
Yeah, well, what I meant to say is that can you work with Elisa to come back with something?
What I would caution council on when you're talking about general finance is there's you have to be careful when you start looking at loans to fund specific capital projects that way, because that can be a slippery slope downhill. Then you're amortizing and then you're servicing loans, and you have a certain amount in an organization such as us to have a certain amount of debt capacity. So if you're going to be starting to borrow money for stuff like that, I could tell you right now that $1 million over 30 years is going to be what, $30,000 a year, plus interest or so. So it's not or 45,000. So that's not the difficult part. The difficult part is financial policy and wanting to get things done that way. And then the council has to have a discussion about what they are willing to fund on their own. Right now, what you've agreed to fund is $400,000. If you want to fund the whole thing and wear it on the taxpayers, that's another discussion. So we'll bring all that back to you, but I just want to caution you, it's not as simple when you start looking at one-ofs. We have a lot of projects. You can look at, the Verner Lagoon, should that collapse or they force you, there's $4.5 million. You're looking at, you'll probably have to finance, in a conversation earlier, your pipeline. And so, you want to make, be sure in terms of how you're servicing your debt. So I'm just cautioning that. It's not for debate, but we'll bring these things and we'll have more detailed conversations at budget with respect to that. So,
thank you, Jay. That's a good point. Good point taken. We'll discuss this further at the budget level, and hopefully by then we'll have more information. Thank you very much. So we'll now move down to
you did go around for comment.
Okay, if you want to go round table, that's fine.
Wow.
Well, Denis asked that he brought the budget, so I didn't think you'd want to go round table.
Oh, okay, then we'll go to budget. Yeah, and it's 9:14 right now, and I mean.
Nobody, we can discuss it at full length.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so request number 3 is for sanding on Presqu'île Road, and that was brought forward by Councillor Rowley. If you want to speak on that matter, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I got the residents of Presqu'île Road. It's there's quite a few cottages on that road, but it's a private road, and the snow removal is challenging. So the residents are not asking for snow removal, but they're asking for sand. There's a hill there that's challenging for them, and they would like to have the sanding done. As far as the municipality, they open up around 11 o'clock by that time. So whenever they're coming around the municipality to open up the main road, they could just go in, not pushing snow, just the sand to accommodate that hill, because it's very challenging for those residents. And it's maybe 200 feet or so off the main path of the snowplow. So that's the request.
Thank you, Roy. So round table quickly, we'll speak to people and get their opinion. As you know, I guess we'll go to Chris. What's your thoughts on this, Chris?
So I don't begrudge people a bit of sand, but I would have to ask probably Sean, is this a can of worms we're opening because we have lots of private roads? And so if we do this one, are we going to get hit with a slew of requests like this? And also, I guess my other question is, I don't actually know the road, but is it a doable thing and so forth? So that question, I guess, is for either Sean or Jay.
Sean?
Yeah, I can answer that to the best I can. So Presqu'île Road is pretty tight. I mean, our operators are good. We would maybe risk damaging our equipment going in there. You know, there's a reason we have our winter maintenance for private road policy, where the roads have to be brought up to a standard for us to bring our equipment in there. So yes, there's that challenge. But I'm, you know, the other question or the other issue you raise is the Pandora's box, where, you know, are we going to be, because if, you know, if we do it for one, we should have a policy on where, you know, who we bring sand to, you know, when is it done? So, you know, I hate doing these one-offs because it kind of, it poses a lot of challenges to our public works crews. And of course, it's the long-term, where do we stop? What I can tell council is that the municipality currently purchases winter sand from Ferrovial for the field yard at $31.65 per metric ton. We do have local contractors who did mix 5% mixtures of winter sand this year. And the one contractor I spoke to are selling it at $60 per yard.
Thank you, Sean. Okay, so did that answer your question, Chris?
Yes, thank you.
And your thoughts?
Well, I don't want to go down that road. I want to help the people if we can. Maybe if we, I don't know, give them a discount on sand, let them take some, I don't know, but I just don't want to, I don't want to open a can of worms.
Thank you very much, sir. Okay, so Rolly, I'll give you a chance to speak again.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, it would be challenging for the equipment if they were to bring in the tandem truck, definitely, but the 3/4 tons that the municipality has with a sander in the back, it's just a pickup truck. It's a 3/4 ton, and they would be able to do the job, no problem with that. Just a comment.
Thank you, Rolly. Leo?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. No, I agree with Councillor Chris. No, we can't go. It's private road. And sorry, Rolly, but I mean, we can't do that because we'll have to do with everybody else after. Thank you.
Thank you, Leo. Councillor Dan?
It's going to cause a precedent. If it's going to cause a precedent, and I think Sean has led us to believe that it will cause a precedent in other jurisdictions and other roads. I find it's kind of ironic that they're asking for it this year. I just wondering how they used to do it in the past. Was there a way that they were doing it in the past that it was getting done? Maybe I can ask, Mr. Chair, you can ask that question to Councillor Rowley.
Okay. Councillor Rowley, do you have an answer for that?
Yes, I do. They would go to the yard and with their pickup trucks, and this is the amount of sand that we're talking about. They would go there with a pickup truck and they would shovel the sand in the back of the truck, and they would go. They would do it without permission of doing it, but so they were told they cannot do that no more. So that's why they're asking for the service.
Thank you, Councillor.
That's being honest now.
Good.
Well, thank you. That answers my question, and I think it'll create.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Councillor Dan. Okay, Councillor Denis.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. No, I can't support that. I was out there just for a ride and see, and it's an area road, and I wouldn't want our machinery in there. There's no place to turn around at the upper end there. So no, it would also cause a precedent. So I'm not in favor.
Thank you, sir. Councillor Elise?
Well, I don't know if I did follow you, but I went also for a ride then because I was curious, and there's no way. I mean, I had to get as close as I could to the whatever you call it, pour laisser passer un autre char. Faut que fait le, so says it's too small. And we have a policy also that any request for something should be given to us by May 31st of every year. And a decision by council, a reply by June, I think, of 30th of that year. We would be creating a precedent. I feel bad for them, but there's a lot of private road in West Nipissing, and I'm not ready to open that can of worms.
Thank
And
you.
I'm sorry, Councilor Yvon, I think you should have passed Madame Mayor before me and Councilor Denis, but
Oh, I'm sorry. Having her going at the end. I'm sorry. Madame Mairesse.
We have a winter policy, and our director or manager of public works identified that it would create a hardship. We cannot go with the standard equipment, so I think we need to adhere to the policy. I'm familiar with the road. It was investigated in the past, and when staff did verify, it was declined due to the fact that it could put at risk our equipment and the safety of our employees.
Thank you very much. So, sorry, Councillor Lowey, the majority they think that it's because of what's going to happen, it's going to create a precedent. All right, so now we'll proceed with item number 4, and that's the winter maintenance standard. And this was brought forward by our Mayor Joanne Sauvage. Sauvage, if she wants to speak on the matter.
I know that we're a race against time for this evening. We still have a lot of items that we need to discuss. A lot of questions were raised in December when we had the storm between December 12th, December 13, 14. I tried to research if we had a policy, a bylaw in place on how we deal with storms, how we deal with icy roads, and how we deal with the plowing of our sidewalks and snow removal for the banks. I wasn't able to locate anything. I do know that we were briefed in the past of how staff deal with issues. But one of the main concerns was that during the storm, our staff, our crew were being deployed according to timelines, i.e. 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning. But then there were complaints about people being stuck on King Street. And then there were issues that were reported to the after-hour emergency phone number, because we also have a lot of country roads with wind, and wind sometimes can block a road and then it becomes one passing lane. So not to debate the issue further, but I'd like to see a policy that if we don't have one, that the policy would be brought forward to what an acceptable standard by council that we can disseminate and share with the public, because I know other municipalities do have it. They deal with centimeters, they deal with inches, and I'd like to see some type of policy that would be similar to that.
Thank you, Madame Mairesse. Sean, to elaborate a little bit more on how this works here with respect to, are we using the time of the day or the hours early in the morning? Is that the only time we go out, or is there a standard? Do we have someone that go out and check, or do we depend only on response service requests? Is that something? Can you elaborate a little bit more? How do you work your? Are we in inches? Are we?
Through you, Mr. Chair. So no, municipalities don't typically have policies. What we are bound by is Ontario Reg 23902, which is called the minimum maintenance standards for Ontario roadways. So for example, for winter control, the patrol is mandated every 14 days on a class 5 roadway, or class 4 roadway, sorry, and patrol is 30 days for a class 5. Accumulation in centimeters for a class 5 roadway is 10 centimeters. The time in hours to respond after you've accumulated 10 centimeters is 24 hours. On a class 6 roadway, so basically our municipality is comprised of a class 4 roadway, which is Highway 17 and Highway 64. The rest of our roadways are mainly class 5 and class 6 roadways. All class 6 roadways don't have a standard under the Ontario Reg 23902. As for icy road conditions, class 5 roadway, you have 16 hours to respond once you've been notified of the icy road condition. Now, what I can assure you is that we do have a service request management system. If a local area or the area foreman gets a service request, he gets it on his cell phone, and he will either patrol or automatically, if it's a condition such as Leclerc Road drifting, they know that it's an area prone to drifting because of all the farm fields. So typically, and you know, if it has been snowing, they would just deploy the truck to go out and plow and sand. At times, the patrolman will go out and patrol the area himself, because even though an individual may say that a particular road is icy, doesn't mean that we'll deploy the entire department, right? We may go out and do spot sanding, or you know, depending on forecast. So there's some variables. As for deploying our crews, we generally like to deploy at 4 a.m. because they get a chance to do all the busy streets without having to deal with the traffic. So we try and do the class 5s moving into the class 6s. Some class 6s, because of efficiencies, will be done kind of on the way to the next class 5 roadway. But generally, as a rule of thumb, we try and do the busy streets, moving on to the not as busy streets. As for the specific winter event that was mentioned by the mayor, I know that night was quite the storm, and generally we like to let the snow fall before we go out and plow. And I know for a fact that at 11:30 that night, the snow was still falling. I was out personally, and so the first crews, I think, went out at around 1:30 or 2 a.m. That night. The area foremen for the areas were out patrolling, but made the call to kind of wait, let the snow fall, and then we deploy and go out and plow.
Okay.
I hope that answers some questions.
Okay. So I guess just to clarify something that you said. So if there's a surface request, then you respond to it as soon as possible.
Absolutely. That's what we should emphasize the fact that don't wait, and the public shouldn't wait until it becomes a complaint. We don't like complaints. We provide a service. That's what we do. We work for the public. Our staff they like doing what they do, and they have pride. And when they get a nice request from somebody for a service, they are glad and happy to go out there and get it done. So we just kind of change the mindset from a complaint to a service request. That is what we do. We provide a service to our community.
And Mr. Chair, I fully comprehend that we have a phenomenal team. They're doing a phenomenal job. What I'm asking here is, I know there's minimum standards. There's some municipalities, we can look at French River. They have a bylaw pertaining to a standard that council agrees. I'd like to be able to explore that standard because, after a few inches of snow, sometimes it may be an impediment for people to travel our roads. And we do have people that work evenings, that work shifts, that work weekends. So what I was proposing here is the opportunity to look at one of those bylaws that council would be able, because to me, priority is to be able to make sure people can navigate no matter what type of storm. And it would be based on the expectation of council and based on the level of service delivery that we'd like to see for constituents.
Okay, I certainly have no problem with that. I think we could look at that if the other councillors are in favor. So I guess a quick run around will.
Excuse me, we need to extend. I got 9:31, 9:32. So, and
I'll ask Madame Mayoress to proceed for the motion.
We need a mover and a seconder for curfew extension.
Can I have a question before that?
Pertaining to
ask?
the cur,
Yeah, I
Okay.
have before the vote goes on, because it's 9:31. Everybody around the table is tired, and you know what happened to us when we go in close camera and we're tired. So what is the deadline? Well, it's true. It's true. I mean, we need to figure out a way that 3 hours on Zoom, it's the limit. So I want to know that, what is it tonight? What are you planning? Because we got only half, and we got other not issue, but things, a number of things to discuss. So what is the deadline when we approve at 9:30? What is it for? Half an hour, 15 minutes? What is it?
no,
No.
right now, the procedural bylaw is if we don't approve an extension of our curfew, it means that the meeting is adjourned.
I know that. What is the limit of the approval to extend the meeting? Is it half an hour or an hour? That's my
Or-
question.
Melanie, 1 hour?
That's too long. Okay,
Okay, so mover and a seconder. Conseiller Yvon, Conseiller Chris.
Moved by Councillor Duham and seconded by Councillor Fisher, that the meeting of January 19th be extended past curfew.
Conseiller Yvon? Conseiller Chris? Conseiller Burley? Conseiller Leo? Conseiller Dan? Conseiller Denis? Conseiller Elise?
no,
Okay, the motion is carried.
Thank you. May I proceed, 10 minutes?
Yeah.
Yes,
Yes, thank you very much. Okay, so you wanted to look into the possibility of putting together a possibility of a bylaw and looking at other municipalities on what they're doing for the winter maintenance. So that
Yes.
yeah.
I would like to look at inches versus looking at time when, depending on the weather condition.
Okay, so this would, realistically, it's a service that we provide to Public Works. It's probably one of the major services that we have. So I think, yes, maybe I would agree we look at it. So I'm going to go around fairly quickly, if you don't mind, guys and Guile. Chris, Councillor Chris, what do you think? You want to look at it?
So I think we're I just a bit confused because I know we're a child of the province, so anything that we say has got to be better than, it's either we got to improve their standard or not. I'm just looking at some other ones, like Kingston seems to be very directed towards the sort of places with downtown cores, and the roadway standard from French River, it's just 2 pages. I mean, we can look at it, but I don't think it's a big deal. But
Okay.
I'd like to study it more before I said we actually need it, because I'm not sure we do. Thank you.
So we'll need more info. Okay, I'll go to Councillor Rowley.
We're working on the MTO guideline to a minimum standard, and to expect to be traveling our roads in the middle of a storm with ease is I just can't see it. And I'm speaking with experience. I drive plows. It's not doable. You have to wait until the storm is done, then you can act. You cannot remove the snow before it falls. You have to wait until it falls. And sadly, it falls all over. And you can only move the snow what's in front of you. So it's not. I think we've got the best system that could be established. We got it now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Rowley. Councillor Leo.
Yes, status quo.
Thank you, Councillor Leo. Councillor Dan.
I tend to agree with what Sean explained to us. We have a policy. We're governed by the MTO. He explained it to us, basically saying how it works. Why would we want a bylaw to oversee that? I definitely say no.
Thank you, Sir Dan. Conseiller Denis.
I think Sean is doing a good job, and if you left that up to him, if he's following MTO, let it be. That's a standard, and hey, there's always going to be complaining. So no, I'm backing Sean on this one.
Thank you, Conseiller Elise.
Well, I think there was nothing wrong to look at it. It's not like we were creating and there is a difference because it's MTO rules, whatever we call it, and the municipality have the right to do a bylaw. So some are done it. So it's not a question if we have the right. We do have the right to have one, but at this point of time, I don't have an issue staying the same. And I kind of agree that it doesn't matter what we're going to do. People were complaining, and I'm so glad that Councillor Rowley clarified for me that we cannot pick up the snow before it falls, because now I'm not going to be waiting for my driveway till it starts snowing for passing my driveway. So it's going to wait after. So thank you, Councillor Rowley.
Thank you. Excuse me, Madame Medes, did you want to elaborate a little more on this?
Well, you know what? No, I think I've had my say. I just say it's unfortunate that during a storm that lasts 12 hours, that we have people stranded on King Street that cannot move with their vehicles. And we have an aging population. And if people are stuck downtown during a storm and we have to wait until the end of the storm, that'll be what I will tell people. That's it.
Thank you, Madame Medes. Okay, well, I guess in conclusion, I would have liked to look at this further, and then I'll be honest about that. But as mentioned before, Sean did mention that they do respond to service requests, and that I would ask the people who are out there during a storm, to call for service requests, and then so that he could in turn get his men out to investigate further. So I thank you for bringing this up, Madame Medes, and this concludes my committee. Thank you.
Thank you. On procède avec environnement, and I'll pass it on to the chair, Conseiller Rowley. You're on mute.
I've got one item on the agenda, and it's Cache Bay recycling. And that was brought forward, I guess, by you, Madam Mayor, quite a while back, about Cache Bay receiving recycling at the dock. The issue has been resolved. We were a bit confused when you did bring it, but it was not the request was not a recycling bin that the intention was. It was said recycling bin, but it was a can for garbage that he wanted. Maybe I could pass that on to Councilor Leo. You can elaborate.
Okay. Why would it be Councilor Leo when I brought it up? Why would I not have the opportunity to explain?
You will have the opportunity after
Councilor
Leo explained. Thank you.
Thank you.
See, we're not even.
Okay.
Go ahead, Councilor Leo.
Yeah, I know that was back in 2019, Madam Mayor. I can't recall. I'm not saying it didn't happen, Madam Mayor, but I can't recall who the lady was. But I know that we have in Cache Bay, they have curbside recycle pickup. I know at one time we did have recycle bins, and we're not far from Roger Lagence, and it was full of garbage. They were not recycling, and it was a big problem. And I know was request over at the government dock, and when they come off the lake in the summertime and the wintertime, they have a place to put their garbage. But I can't recall why would have recycle bin in Cache Bay when we have the recycle pickup, curbside pickup. That's just my view.
Thank you, Councilor Leo. Now, Madam Mayor, you had something?
Yes. First of all, just maybe a correction. It wasn't at the November 15, 2019 meeting. It was at the November 5th, 2019 meeting. At that meeting, we had received the request from a resident from Cache Bay, Mrs. Jennifer Jetnak. Her letter was dated October 25th. She was asking for recycling bins to be reinstated for the community of Cache Bay, had identified that she had spoken with the manager of West Nipissing Environmental Services, and that yes, the community of Cache Bay had recycling bins, probably 10 years ago, but they were removed because it was being abused. But now, throughout the years, she felt that people of Cache Bay were more educated, and the request for the recycling was to mitigate or to decrease the disposal to landfill sites with the hope of increasing recycling. And she felt that the people of Cache Bay wanted that because the recycling pickup is every 2 weeks. So that was the actual request, the letter that had been received and that we had discussed at the meeting November 5th. We also had received a report, a costing report for the Leving recycling bins. And that costing report seems to be a little bit identical to what was presented to us by the West Nipissing Environmental Services recently, pertaining to the letter from the chair, identifying the cost of the manpower, the cost for the pickup, and so on. So at that same meeting, we had received a financial report for the recycling bins in Leving with a proposed recommendation that they would be installed on Caron Road, and we had dealt with the issue of Mrs. Jetnak. So the reason I had asked staff to verify is because that letter was addressed to myself and it was presented to all council. So it wasn't muddy. And it just seems that the fact that we had dealt with both requests at the same meeting, I could not comprehend why only one request was brought forward to the West Nipissing Environmental Services and not the other. And the fact that the timeline from November 5th to 2019 until we got a receipt of a decision from the West Nipissing Environmental Services a year after the fact. So it's brought up, and from what we were told from the West Nipissing Environmental Chair is that this will be a budgetary issue, but I can't comprehend and don't understand the delay from November 2019 to November 2020, mostly when Councillor Denis was probing and asking for updates, because we had been told at council that these would be installed by May 2020, and we understand that COVID occurred. But knowing what we were told, I do hope that you, Mr. Chair, that you can bring back this information to the West Nipissing Environmental Services and highlight the issue about Cache Bay for clarification, because it's not only for Leving, and that we also need to provide a response to this local citizen when she was informed that there would be bins that would be installed in May 2020. And if you wish to get a copy, I have it on email and I can send it to you after the meeting.
Thank you. Any more comments? Yes, Councillor Lees?
Well, I just want to make sure that it's going to be obviously discussed again on our budget as a budget item. Okay. And I guess a good lesson learned that sometime when we disagree, maybe we should wait to see if we had the information that we say we had or we don't have it. That's all. Next.
Thank you. Any more comments? That's it for my committee, Madam Mayor. Back to you.
Thank you. On procède avec la partie régulière de la réunion. We proceed with the regular council meeting and we move on to planning. And we're going to need a mover and a seconder for the resolution. Any volunteers? Conseiller Yvon, Conseiller Chris?
It is moved by Councillor Duhamel and seconded by Councillor Fisher. Be it resolved that bylaw number 2020-61, being a bylaw to amend zoning bylaw 2014-45 to rezone certain lands located on Old Highway 17 in Verner from rural residential to rural residential exception zone 3, shall come into force and take effect on the day it is passed.
I just want to highlight pertaining to the information that we got in our package, it was provided a recommendation that it does conform to our zoning bylaw and to our official plan, and that there's a consultant that was hired to review the request. It's been deferred at 2 occasions, once for environmental, so the proponent did hire an engineer to do that analysis, and it came back saying that no, there's no implication of environmental problems identified. And now with the information that we got from Mr. Goodrich, based on the second deferral, all issues have been addressed. Now, unfortunately, Mr. Goodrich cannot make it to this meeting. In the event that there's anyone that had any questions. Mel?
Your worship, Mr. Goodrich is on standby. He's watching the meeting. And if anybody has any questions, he had indicated that he would be available and would dial in if he was wanted to do so.
Okay, perfect. Would there be any members of council that have a question pertaining to the documentation provided to us? Conseiller Dan? You're on mute, Conseiller Dan.
Shouldn't we ask the consultant to come in if I'm going to ask a question?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Paul, if you're listening, could you please dial into the meeting?
What if it's a moment of a health break?
Can we take 2 minutes? That's not a bad idea.
Okay, take 2 minutes. We
Good.
don't have that long and we still have a lot of issues that we need to deal with.
And there's only 40, 30 something minutes.
2 minutes. Je regarde ma montre.
Ouais, mais j'y reste pour le meeting, elle est à 9h30 à 10h30, là. On est quasiment 50, il reste 30, 40 minutes. Oui, Mel?
You're on mute.
He's going to click in.
Oh,
He heard
perfect.
me. He heard
Okay.
me. He's been listening attentively for 3.5 hours.
Well, good evening,
Paul.
Mr. Paul.
Oh, hi, Paul.
Hello, hello.
My God, it's been a while since I saw you.
Yeah, that's fun. Yeah, look at all the gray hair now.
Well, hey, join the crowd.
Yeah.
You know what? It suits you very well.
He heard me.
There's a lot of noise on the line, eh? I don't know why, all of a sudden.
Half hours.
Good evening,
Paul.
Mr. Paul.
Oh,
Good
hi,
evening,
Paul.
thank you. Hello, hello.
My God, it's been a while since I saw you. No, guys, it's all, it's not doing well.
Gray hair now.
Well, hey, join the crowd.
You know what? It suits you very
Paul,
well.
can you turn off the Zoom meeting at your end? Because there's a delay.
It's repeating what we just said.
Yeah.
Good evening, Mr. Paul.
Oh,
Good
hi,
evening,
Paul.
thank you.
My God, it's been a while since.
Okay, are we better now?
Much.
Yes, I think we are. Okay, so there's Conseiller Leo that is not back. Conseiller Denis is back. We're still short of one, but in the interim, Councillor Dan, do you want to ask the question?
No, I think I can wait for the other people.
They're all on right now.
Oh, they are now? Okay, good. Paul, in regards to the buffers that you recommended on the site plan, is it possible that we stipulate that the tree be at a certain level, in the sense that, like, I know that other buffers that have been built, they stipulate that it has to be a minimum of 6 feet, tree.
Absolutely, no, that's a valid request, because otherwise they really wouldn't take effect for, probably 2 to 3 years if they were just put in as saplings.
So we can put that as part of the site plan, right?
Absolutely, I'll make a note of that right now.
Okay, thank you. That was my major thing, to create that buffer.
Okay. Conseiller Broley?
Okay, yeah, yeah, I'm not on mute. Okay, good. Well, myself, just a comment. I like the idea of what they are proposing, but I don't think it's the right place. It's taken away the security and the freedom of the people that already lives there. So on that, I have to vote against that.
Okay, but we're not a point at voting right now, so I guess we were finding out if we had any questions with Mr. Goodrich. Let's keep in mind that we're dealing with a land issue, and if the land issue conforms, Paul, can you elaborate on that? And if council would not support when it does conform to the provincial policy statement, to our zoning bylaw, and to our official plan, what would be a potential risk if it would not proceed?
Well, let's hope it doesn't come to that, but if it did, and if it got appealed to the local planning appeal tribunal, the LPAT, the former Ontario Municipal Board, there's 4 items that the board chairman would expect me to demonstrate as a professional planner. The first is consistency with the provincial policy statements, and it is consistent with the policy statements. Does it conform to the official plan? Yes, it does. Does the zone category fit the intended use of the land? Once again, yes, this is a permitted use in this zone category. And then the fourth question that they would ask is a little more subjective in nature, but in my opinion, does it represent good planning? If it's consistent with the policy statements, conforms to the plan, meets the zoning bylaw requirements, in my opinion, and this is a facility that is needed. It's there to help people that really need the help. And so in my opinion, this is good planning. And no matter where it is put, there would always be somebody that would be claiming that it was adversely affecting them. In this particular location, I think we can limit that to a bare minimum. But I really don't think it will be as negative as what people are being led to believe it may be. I get that all the time. We get the neighbors that object strenuously, but I seek them out a year later on a lot of the development applications we've done. I've asked them, how it's going in the neighborhood, and once they've gotten over that initial fear of the unknown, everything is fine. So in just strictly on the planning matters, though, we've dealt with the MDS setbacks. One of the neighbors raised the issue of the flooding of the river. We've determined the flood elevation and determined that all habitable buildings, the septic system, the manure storage, the animal housing, everything would be well above the maximum flood contour that we could expect. And in doing all of these calculations, I've gone to the upper limit to make sure that it was a safe level. So like I said, I think we've addressed all of the pertinent planning issues and reflected them on this plan. The height of the trees, as Councillor Rovita pointed out, probably should have accompanied and it will be on the final site plan. If there's any other questions, though, I'd be happy to try to answer them for you.
Conseiller Denis?
Thank you,
You're
Madam
on
Mayor.
mute.
I know. Thank you. I just want to reiterate that this has been approved by the planning board, West Nipissing Planning Board. So if we ever go to the provincial board, I don't know, I'm sure they will look at what our decision was, and we approved it. So I'm not sure why we would go against that at this time. Other issues like the environmental could be dealt with at a later point. But the zoning issue, we've as the planning board, we've supported it and we recommend accept it. So thank you.
Are there any other questions for Mr. Goodrich? Okay, Conseiller Dan? You're on mute, Conseiller Dan.
Oh, yeah. Paul, the question is to you. How stringent is the site plan? I'm asking a dumb question, but I still want to make sure that people understand that this site plan is sort of like in cement type of thing. Is that
well
simple?
Oh, sorry, to be honest, Councillor Ravita, right now, the plan that's before you, and as I stated in my report, it is conceptual. But what I am reflecting on this plan would be reflected in the final site plan control agreement schedule. So basically, once that is registered on title, then it is cast in stone. So if the municipalities, so for example, the community hub and the small houses, even though we could have gone as close as 4.5 meters to a sideline, instead of doing that, recognizing the sensitivity with the neighbors, I've put it right in the middle of the lot. So if that is still of importance to the community and to the council, when Melanie writes up the final site plan control agreement, then she stipulates it right in there. And like I say, once it's registered on title, they must follow the site plan.
Okay, thank you. That's good.
Okay, so Melanie?
I just wanted to follow up on, sorry, Madam Chair, on what Paul said. The site plan control agreement will come back to council for ratification.
Yes.
Perfect. Okay, so based on the information that we have, I think if I hear no other question or see no other hand, then we would be able to proceed with a vote. So I'll do a round table. Conseiller Yvon? You're on mute, Conseiller Yvon.
I agree with Paul's presentation. And I would
Okay.
accept as such.
Okay, Councillor Chris?
Yes.
Conseiller Leo?
Yes.
Conseiller Rowley?
No, I can't support that. Thank you.
Conseiller Dan?
Yes, providing that the
Well,
change. Excuse me, speaking. Can I have a floor, please? Yes, providing that Paul puts in the.
We were assured that the site control plan will come back to council for approval. So thank you. Conseiller Denis?
Yes.
Conseiller Lise?
Well, you know what? We have a zoning issue here that we need to vote. And it was passed twice now by the committee that is assigned by council. Every question was answered. And as far as the concern that some residents have, I can understand perfectly. I spent 30 years of my life working in program that brought concern from a neighbor. But like Paul said, I mean, look at Sturgeon when you have Carrefour Jeunesse. People were panicking. Everybody, they're going to steal our car. They're going to run away. Yes, they did run away many, many times. But do you think they want to stick around? Just took the highway to go as far as Sturgeon Falls or West Nipissing? They could. The same as family violence. So this is a program that we need. I have, for one, a lot of questions to ask when it comes to that. But tonight is the zoning, and I think it's time that we pass it. Those people, and if it doesn't pass, they got to go to the OMB. Yes, but I want to finish. I want to finish my state because we vote. We always have a comment. That's my comment. We go to OMB. What's going to be happening? We're going to pay, and they're going to win. So yes, my vote is for them.
Okay.
Not them, but to pass it.
So majority rules, and based on the results of the vote, it's adopted, it's carried.
Thank you very much, everyone. And I'm way past my curfew. So I'll bid you all bonsoir.
Bonsoir. Okay, we proceed to correspondence and accounts. Is there a mover and a seconder for F1 resolution for the January 5th meeting? Conseiller Chris, Conseiller Leo.
It is moved by Councillor Fisher and seconded by Councillor Mallette. Be it resolved that the minutes of the meeting of council held on the 5th day of January 2021 be adopted as presented.
Are there any questions or comments? I don't know if Jay was still on. Do we have a timeline of when we can expect the dates for our budget deliberation? Or we'll find out at a later time? I was going to ask that question, but it's okay. It was part of our minutes.
It'll be about the third week of February.
The first week of February?
Because you wanted to have the financial data, so that it'll be more towards the third to the end of February.
Okay, but I guess maybe it was the calendar, with the proposed dates. So that will follow later on in the month?
Once we know when we are available, we'll issue a calendar to find out when you are available.
Okay, perfect. So everyone is in favor of the minutes?
Yep.
Carried. On procède avec disbursements for the month of November. A mover and a seconder. Conseiller Denis. Conseiller Yvon.
Is moved by Councillor Denise Senecal and seconded by Councillor Duhaime. Be it resolved that the accounts payable disbursement sheets for November 2020 be received.
Are there any questions, Conseiller Yvon?
I just have a comment. I don't know if Alyssa is still online. Thank you. Alyssa, the comment I have is, when you have, I'll give you one here, River Valley Waste Management, it says contractors. Then you go down to West Nipissing Environmental, it says contractors. Can we put in the contractor's name just to have an idea as to who's doing the work?
What page are you making reference to, Conseiller Yvon?
Page number 1.
Okay.
Item number 4. It just says contractors, if we can get the contractors' names. And I see it periodically in other pages, like at page item number 277 on page 5. It says West Nipissing Environmental Contractors Field Garbage Collection. I just want to know who the contractors are.
If you look at the first column, Councillor Duhaime, the first column is actually the contractor's name. So on number 4, the contractor is actually River Valley Waste Management. That's actually the contractor's name.
Okay.
Okay,
All right.
Okay.
It's late.
So I guess that answers your question, Conseiller Yvon, right?
Yeah, okay.
Conseiller Elise?
Well, he went before me, but I did have, because it said River Valley Waste Management. Okay, now I know it's the contractor. And West Nipissing Environment, it said contractor also. I think because I did a search, I found West Nipissing Environment, I find West Nipissing Waste of LB, whatever, but I did not find River Valley Waste Management. So that's why I wanted to see who's the contractor also. So it's not to be found as a research that I did. So
okay, so
I can find that later. I'll find, because it's got to be somewhere.
So
It's in
number 4 is the name of the contractor. The other on page 5 is West Nipissing Environmental Services, which would be our own which would be the company of the municipality.
Yeah, but the other one, the company, and that's okay. I don't have a problem. I did not find it. So I'll look for it and I'll find it who owned it. So that's it.
Okay. Are there any other questions? No? Okay, coming back to the resolution, any objections? Carried. Adopted. New business. Mover and a seconder for the approval of the updated accessibility plan. Conseiller Yvon, Conseiller Dan.
It is moved by Councillor Duhaime and seconded by Councillor Ravita. Whereas at the meeting held on January the 19th, 2021, Council for the West Nipissing Municipality received a presentation of the updated accessibility plan from the Chair of the West Nipissing Accessibility Advisory Committee. Be it therefore resolved that Council for the West Nipissing Municipality adopts the updated West Nipissing Accessibility Plan 2021 to 2025 as presented, which shall come into force and take effect on the day it is passed.
Any questions or comments? Any objections? Carried. Adopted. The letter of concurrency for the communication tower at 141 Bear Lake Road. Mel, do you just want to give a summary pertaining to the information that we have?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. This is just a new communications tower. It's at the corner of Bear Lake Road. It will provide enhanced internet services to residents in the area, and they are seeking a letter of concurrence from the municipality in accordance with our protocol for communications towers.
Okay, and it's good news because it will provide high-speed internet and hopefully increase the volume of users within that area as well. Are there any questions pertaining to the issue? Are there any objections? Conseil Rowley?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. No, we're just a comment. Really happy and impressed. The residents are really impressed that this is coming into their area. It's going to give them better service, which all of West Nipissing should have. Thank you.
Okay, so if there's no objections, the resolution is carried.
I need to, Madam Mayor,
Yes, Mel?
I need to read it.
Oh, okay, sorry.
No, it's okay. We have time.
Can I have a mover and a seconder, please?
Conseil Yvon, Conseil Denis.
It is moved by Councillor Duham and seconded by Councillor Denis Senecal, whereas Northern Rigging and Tower Maintenance Limited wishes to erect a freestanding 96-meter self-supporting telecommunication tower on a site located at 141 Bear Lake Road in the township of Hugo to meet needs for high-quality, high-speed internet services in West Nipissing. And whereas Northern Rigging and Tower I'm sorry, I'm tired too.
No, come on. You don't have any right to be tired.
Whereas Northern Rigging and Tower has complied with the Municipality of West Nipissing's Policy 2012-407 for establishing telecommunications towers and circulating notice with regard to the construction of the proposed tower and by holding the required public consultations. And whereas Northern Rigging and Tower Maintenance is required by Industry Canada to consult with land use authorities to obtain a statement of concurrence, be it therefore resolved that Council for the West Nipissing Municipality hereby approves the municipality to issue a statement of concurrence to Northern Rigging and Tower Maintenance for the proposed freestanding telecommunications tower at 141 Bear Lake Road in the township of Hugo.
Any objections? Aucune objection. None? Carried. Adopté. Okay, the next one is a resolution to grant an exemption from the no-cut policy for a new dwelling constructed on Olivier Road. There is a resolution, so is there a mover and a seconder for the resolution? Conseiller Léo, Conseiller Lise, do you want to read the resolution, Mel, and then we can discuss it?
It is moved by Councillor Mallette and seconded by Councillor Lise Senecal. Whereas at the meeting held on January 19th, 2021, Council received a request from Céline Dubuc seeking authorization for an exemption from the Municipal No-Cut Policy 2009-268 in order to proceed with the installation of natural gas service to a newly constructed home located at 871 Olivier Road in Verner. Be it therefore resolved that Council authorizes the exemption of the West Nipissing Municipality's No-Cut Policy 2009-268 in order to proceed with the installation of natural gas services at 871 Olivier Road.
Okay, we have a copy of the actual 5-year no-cut policy, but we also have a memo that was provided to all of us by our Manager of Public Works, Monsieur Miaud. And based on the memo, there's recommendation that they support the request, knowing that there's going to be a double surface treatment that's going to be applied in 1 or 2 years, and that the final treatment is scheduled for 2021. And this will be included in the 2021 capital plan. Are there any questions based to the memo that was provided to us? Conseiller Chris?
So this is all kind of new to me, and I just have a couple of general questions. So I assume that the gas line is buried under the road, and that's why they have to dig the road up. And I guess my question is, why have they set gas up this way, and why can't we just torpedo under the roads instead of cutting the road?
I'll leave that technical part to Sean.
So the municipality has critical infrastructure under the roadway, which would be the sanitary force main servicing the entire community of Verner. The gas company will not horizontal drill or directional drill under the road base without exposing the sanitary force main. So they will have to cut the road a little bit. As I explained, I'm not a fan of exemptions of the 5-year no cut. You know, the full policy is there for a reason, and that's to get the full life cycle of our assets. But in this case, I did consult with the contractor, and they had no concerns because of the fact that we were doing the final treatment this year, and that's why I would support it in this case, but without setting any precedent.
Okay.
Thank you. Can I just have a quick follow-up, Madam Mayor, please?
Okay, what is the question?
Just so I understand. So when this gets done, the gas company, they cut the road, they put the pipe in, and then the road is fixed at the homeowner's expense, and they have to bring it back to a certain standard. Is that safe? How does that work?
Correct. You're absolutely correct, Councillor Chris. So the gas company will restore the road to its double surface treatment standard. Then when the municipality this year, when we do our final treatment, then it'll tie everything in, and you're going to have a uniform road according to the contractor.
Thank you.
Conseil Yvon?
Unfortunately, when we dig up a road like that, Sean, and you know, it's a clayish type soil. They replace it with sandy soil, and then we get a dip. We'll always have a dip. So that's my only concern. But unfortunately, the person of the home needs the gas, and she's in the dire need. So I guess we have no choice.
Okay, so are there any objections to the resolution? None? So it's carried, adopted. The next item is appointment to fill the vacancy at the West Nipissing Public Library Board. You're going to see we have two resolutions, one for the West Nipissing Public Library Board and the other one West Nipissing Environmental Services Board. Those are vacancies that occurred back dated in July, which were held by the previous councillor of Ward 7. There's never been any interest that came forward, for the exception of one. But in the interim, no interest was expressed for the library board. So I would volunteer and step up because right now they don't have an elected official sitting on the board. So I'd be interested in sitting on the board for the West Nipissing Public Library. So Mel,
Yes.
is it possible to read the resolution?
I will need a mover and a seconder.
Can I make a statement?
You know what? We'll read the resolution and then we can discuss it.
If I could get a mover and a seconder for the resolution to start the discussion.
Conseil Yvon? Conseil Denis?
It is moved by Councillor Yvon Duhayman, seconded by Councillor Denis Senecal. Be it resolved that Mayor Joanne Savage be appointed to the West Nipissing Public Library Board for the remainder of the 2018-2022 term.
Councillor Chris?
So you're already on that board. You're ex officio on every board according to you don't.
No, I'm an ex officio to committees, but when it comes to boards which are governed and legislated by other acts, I'm not officially a voting member nor a member.
Okay. So the other difficulty I have with this is basically these are the positions that went vacant when Verna lost its councillor, and in effect we're saying, like, you know, the board's more important. Verna's not getting a councillor, and I would rather see the boards to get left open until the vacancy is filled in Verna.
Well, we do have terms of reference, and the terms of reference do state that we should have one elected official for the West Nipissing Public Library, and that we should have two elected officials on the West Nipissing Environmental Services. We've never amended the terms of reference. And I mean, in fairness, it's not even an honorarium. This is doing volunteer base. And I've never had the opportunity to participate on the library board, and I figure it would be an
Good, yeah.
opportunity. So,
Madam Mayor,
I have a question.
may I
Conseil
request
Ali-
recorded vote?
sure. Conseil Alice.
Well, my only comment on that, I mean, at this point of time, I think if people ever agree around the table to have a by-election, I guess there would be somebody to replace that person. So at that point of time, I think you would be more than willing to give your place to that person. Am I right or not, wrong?
We're not talking about, this is a call of order, Madam Mayor. We're not talking about the by-election. We're not talking about election. So let's just move forward with the vote on whether we're going to appoint on the board. It's a call of order.
The point of order, I will rule. The question is being asked, would the position be filled if in the event that vacancy for Ward 7 would be filled, would the individual step down to allow Ward 7 representative to sit? My answer is yes. If that does occur, I'll step down and allow the individual to step up to that board.
So can I keep on?
Madam
Yes,
Mayor,
you
that
may.
was not, that
You
was
may.
not the point of order.
I ruled on the point of order.
No, you did not.
The question was a valid question.
The point of order was that we're not talking about appointment or an election.
Okay, can
We're
you?
talking about,
No, I was focusing on the appointment. And my point of order was a response to the appointment of that board. Okay? Conseil Alice, please
Okay,
proceed.
and my comment was because Councillor Fisher brought the issue up because the seat is empty. So I answered that to try to make sure that I agree with him what he's saying. But right now, is it fair not to have somebody else maybe for the next 2 here to sit on that board? So that's why I brought that. So if it happened, appointee or by-election right now, it's off the table.
Right
If
now,
it happened,
we've got,
thank you.
right
My
now, we're
God,
dealing with.
what, you know what?
Okay, Conseil Alice, please refrain.
I refrain.
Right now, we are dealing with 2 vacancies on boards, okay? If our situation change, we will revisit those vacancies or the appointments. So there's a request by Conseiller Leo to have a recorded vote pertaining to the mayor expressing interest to sit on the West Nipissing Public Library Board where there's no honorarium. It's a commitment of time and interest there.
Laura.
So, Melanie, do you want to proceed with the recorded vote?
Councillor Duhaime,
Yes.
Councillor Fisher,
No,
Councillor Larrabee,
no,
Councillor Mallette. Councillor Mallette,
Conseiller Leo, you're on mute.
Okay, no.
Oh, mon Dieu.
Councillor Denis Senecal.
Whoa. You forgot me.
Oh, I'm sorry. Councillor Ravita, my apologies.
Thank you. Nope.
Well, we knew your vote, and so,
Councillor
Yes.
Denis Senecal, yes. Councillor Lee Senecal.
Yes, and my God,
No, it's
yes.
okay, Conseil
Yeah,
Alice. It's okay. So the vote is defeated. So the mayor cannot sit on the West Nipissing Public Library Board as a volunteer. Thank you for the vote of faith and confidence. Now, we proceed to the appointment of counselor for the West Nipissing Environmental Services Board. There's 2 vacancies on that board. West Nipissing Environmental Services, the bulk of their service is the landfill in Sturgeon Falls. It's great that we have Conseiller Rowley, and Conseiller Rowley lives in the outlying area. It would also be great to have an elected official from the core area which are the primary users for the Sturgeon Falls dump. Conseiller Lees had identified interest, so the resolution will state the appointment of Conseiller Lees. Conseiller Lees.
I want to state before that I'm not gonna, I don't think it's right, and it doesn't matter what the vote's gonna be. If you're not good enough as the mayor to sit on a library, I don't think I'm good enough to sit anywhere else. So why don't we don't vote and let those two sit, because they had spoken of the confidence that they have in you. And I'm pretty sure that they're not that hypocrite to vote for me. So I retract because I want to support you on that. I think it's ridiculous, Madam Mayor. So that's it. I can retract my.
Yes,
Come
you
on,
can.
guys. I can, and I have the right to retract it myself, and I'm retracting it. Thank you.
Thank you for the support. You know what? So there's a retraction, a removal from interest to sit on the West Nipissing
No, not the
Environmental
interest, not the interest.
Oh, okay. Okay,
Not the
sorry.
interest.
I'll retract my words. Right now, due to the circumstance of what just occurred, you'd prefer to remove your name from the resolution. So there's no resolution to vote on. So là, on procède with the support for the bill C-123 to enact the Canada Pharmacare Act. We have a resolution, a mover and a seconder. Conseiller Chris.
Councillor Duhaime. It is moved by Councillor Duhaime raised his hand. It is moved by Councillor Fisher and seconded by Councillor Duhaime. Whereas the West Nipissing municipality has received a request seeking support for Bill C-213 to enact the Canada Pharmacare Act, which seeks to establish a universal single-layer comprehensive and public pharmacare plan that is accessible and affordable. Be it resolved that Council for the West Nipissing municipality authorizes the signing of the e-petition supporting Bill C-213 to enact the Canada Pharmacare Act.
Okay, so are there any questions? Are there any objections? So what's being proposed is a private member's bill that will propose accessibility, affordability. That's going to be an enhancement to the healthcare to improve the health lives of millions of Canadians, and it's a universal system that will provide fairer access. If there's no objection, the resolution is carried. Adoptee. Okay, so before proceeding to go into closed session, I just want to remind all members of council, the Roma Conference, qui est une conférence municipale, is taking place January 25th, 26th to next week. There were two delegation requests. One, there was a delegation request that would be combined between West Nipissing and Temagami. And our clerk has been notified that the delegation with the Minister of Health and Long-Term Care has been confirmed for January 25th at 3 o'clock. And that was in regards to the transitional funding for the 102 agreement. And by communicating with the mayor of Temagami, they have been awarded a delegation at a different time. So it's not going to be a combined delegation. So there's going to be communication with the administrator of Au Chateau and with her staff to be able to draft a package. There's also a delegation with the Minister of Transportation for two issues, 539A, and also pertaining to the turning lane expansion off Highway 17 on the LeBlanc corridor. So there's going to be some information that's going to be required and information that's going to need to be put together. And this delegation is on the same date on January 25th, 1:30. Now, to attend the delegation, one must be registered. I know that I have registered. I don't know if anyone else has. And if you can let me know, that would be greatly appreciated. Conseiller Rowley?
I have registered for Roma for the highways in the area and also the LeBlanc turnoff. Yes, thank you.
Okay, so that means that you're interested in attending that one delegation, and I will also work with our CEO and supporting staff to put documentation together. And council should also know what the issue is with the 539A, but we'll share it via email.
Thank you.
Okay, now the other issue is I know we've dealt with COVID-19. There's been a lot of negative comments, either by phone, via email, or even Facebook. It hasn't been an easy situation since the emergency order has been implemented by the province on January 12th for 28 days, where there's a stay-at-home order. There's been a lot of questions, people are, trying to find out what's the fairness of the issue, but the whole one thing I want to stress is that when there are orders that are being imposed by our chief medical officer, I don't think it's this council's mandate to contest the order that has been imposed. I think the primary concern is the safety of all residents and of the community, to try to mitigate the movement of people as much as possible. And I do know that in light of another order that the chief medical officer has issued with the closure of the snowmobile trails throughout the district, and even for the trails that are mended by the snowmobile club on Crown land. Yeah, it does seem harsh, but there's so many levels to this global pandemic. And I think our chief medical officer is in a position to better assess what are the situations with our health systems, with our hospitals. And we've been listening to the news, at what point it is critical and that some action is required. But I do know there's a lot of people that are complying. I want to say a big thank you. We also have to be cognitive of our healthcare workers, essential workers. They also are tired and they also have to be in a safe environment. So I'm going to keep it at that because we need to proceed to closed session, and the meeting is scheduled to conclude in a few minutes, but there's still 3 items that we need to deal with in closed session, and our next meeting is going to be scheduled the first Tuesday of February. So thank you. Merci. Mel?
Madam Mayor, it's 10:29.
Well, there's one item that we should deal with, which may take 1 minute, either a yay or nay. And even if we don't adopt the minutes of the previous closed session, that can be deferred at a later date.
Everybody's okay?
Okay.
I need a mover and a seconder to proceed into closed.
Conseiller Yvon, Conseiller Lise.
It is moved by Councillor Duhayman, seconded by Councillor Lee Senecal. Be it resolved. I'm sorry, I got the wrong resolution. Be it resolved that we proceed into closed session as authorized under Section 239(2) of the Municipal Act to discuss the following: a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the local board, by the municipality or a local board regarding the sale of land on Villeneuve Court.
All in favor? Carried. So now we just need to get off the live
Give me one quick sec.
YouTube.
I'm going to just close the